Bianca from Green Zero that you know.
Okay. Sorry. Turn it off. Can you turn it off? Can you turn it? That's good. Only when I get on stage, put it on, because I'm speaking to people being, okay. Yeah, yes. I will meet her after. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Circular Economy Hotspot Conference Day here at Bottrop. We have a lot of people arriving this morning and still parking, so we'll be a few minutes before we start. But if you could begin to make your way into the seats and preferably don't block an aisle. Also, as we have the joy of some rain, there are some hangers over to my right, your left. So if you want to put an umbrella or a coat or anything else, or yourself hang up to dry, then there is space over there. So we'll start in 5 or so minutes. Please, if you can start to make your way towards the front so that late arrivals do not disturb us. So we will see you all and start in around about 5 minutes' time. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to our Circular Economy Hotspot 2022 here in Bottrop. If all of those of you at the back could start making your way towards the seats, and if I could introduce myself, my name is Peter Woodward. I'm independent facilitator and delighted once again to be involved with the Circular Economy Hotspot, the space where we hope the drive and energy for a transition to a circular economy can be accelerated. So also a welcome to everyone who is connecting through the web links around the world. It is a slightly damp morning here in Bottrop in Rhine-Westphalia, but we are all delighted to see a little damp on the dry ground. In order to offer you a formal, yet I'm sure informal, welcome to this really important occasion, please give a warm welcome to the Lord Mayor of Bottrop, Mr. Bernd Tischler.
Yeah, good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really proud and delighted to be hosting this conference today. Welcome to the celebration of the circular economy. Welcome to the conference day of the 6th Circular Economy Hotspot, and welcome to the city of Bottrop. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. Many of you have traveled long distances. This reflects the importance of the topic that we are discussing today. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us in putting this event together and to make it a success. In particular, I want to thank the premium sponsors, Ruhrkohle AG, Zink GmbH, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Action and Energy of the Federal State of North Rhine-Westphalia for funding the event, as well as all the partners of the Prosper Kolleg, whom I thank for their great cooperation. And I would also like to say thank you to all the partners that contribute to this event by organizing learning labs. We could not have done it without you. And moreover, I would like to thank our partner country, the United Kingdom, as we have worked closely with the Department of the International Trade of the UK in the past month for this event. Originally, the British Consul General was supposed to be on the first panel today. However, due to the period of mourning following the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, he is not able to be here with us today. I would like to express my condolences to the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth from here. Ladies and gentlemen, this site, Prosper Haniel, stands for the economic but also the energy transformation of this region. It was the last hard coal mine to close in Germany in 2018, so it is a symbol for an old form of energy. It will be redeveloped into a new and green commercial site for which we just started the planning process. Additionally, Prosper Haniel also symbolizes a united Europe. It was the European coal and steel community that started the European integration process, ultimately leading to the formation of the European Union. Hence, it is a perfect site and provides this perfect setting for this European and international conference on the transformation towards a sustainable and circular economy. The Circular Economy Hotspot is about making transformation visible and tangible. That is why we invited great examples of circularity from industry and science to join us today in the exhibition hall. The hotspot is also about learning from each other and discussing progress towards a circular economy. During panel discussions, as well as in different learning labs, we will have the opportunity to do so. I'm sure that by the end of this day, we will all have a better idea of where we are headed and what each of us has to do so that all of us can achieve our goal to create a circular economy. To conclude, let me just say that I wish us all insightful and inspiring discussions and, of course, fun. Good luck, and as the miners in Germany used to say, Glück auf!
Mayor Tischler, thank you very much indeed. And those of us who have been here for the last 2 days before have enjoyed wonderful hospitality in your city and are growing to understand the extraordinary ecosystem that you have here and you are now reinventing. And we look forward to hearing from you further this morning about some of your extraordinary transformation energy that you are delivering in this area. I would also like to introduce via video to offer a further welcome the Secretary of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Action and Energy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Please welcome Ms. Mona Neubauer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the Circular Economy Hotspot 2022. Sadly, I cannot be at the event in person and talk with you, given that it coincides with a German Ministers' Conference. In these rather stormy times, I trust you will understand that my presence is required there. The Circular Economy Hotspot, held now for the 6th time here in North Rhine-Westphalia, is hosted by the city of Bottrop, formerly a big mining center and today an innovation hub. The venue for the conference, the Prosperhania Colliery, was the Ruhr's last active black coal mine. Following a proper ceremony to mark its closure in 2018, it is now opening its gates once more to host the Circular Economy Hotspot, epitomizing the transformation of Bottrop, the entire Ruhr and state of North Rhine-Westphalia. It is here, between the Emscher and Lippe rivers, that we want to create, with the circular economy, a new tradition. Since 2016 now, the region has been flying the flag of the circular transformation of industry. The idea is for this circular economy hotspot to provide fresh impetus for more network creation and release of potential throughout the region and beyond. Under the banner of Transform to Zero, more than 50 business enterprises are currently gathering to develop some joint projects designed to flesh out the European Green Deal and its 3-track aim: zero waste, zero carbon and zero pollution. This is the good thing, since such initiatives will be contributing to our effort to turn NRW into Europe's most sustainable industrial region. The circular economy is the key to our ability to manage the future. Wherever possible, we must have closed-loop thinking and acting in order to ensure long-term access of industry and society as a whole to the resources we need. Efficient use of resources and energy helps protect the climate and stabilize economic processes and networks. Ultimately, this also helps safeguard our collective prosperity. It's good to see that many NRW-based companies have already embarked on that route. They are successful in the markets by integrating the concept of the circular economy into their core operation. During yesterday's field trips, you were able to get a first-hand impression of these innovative businesses' diversity and trailblazing approaches. There are some major issues at the focus of today's conference. Who drives the transformation? What role is set aside for the circular economy in the quest for carbon neutrality? What can be done to develop and expand closed-loop-enabled products and business models for the industrial market? To come up with answers to this, the top experts, thinkers and enablers from a multitude of sectors and with the most diverse backgrounds have come together in Bottrop. The potential here is enormous because, after all, the exchange of knowledge and expertise is the first step towards new knowledge and fresh solutions. Kudos to Bottrop City Council and Prosper colleague for making this possible in this brilliant setting. Thank you, Mayor Tischler, Ms. Lauter and Ms. Böhm, and all those you are representing to who were involved in the effort. Let me now wish you fruitful and inspiring exchange of ideas and lessons learned. May it help us take the circular economy a step further. I hope to see you all next year.
So, in this space, we have ideas, we have experts, we have panels, we have workshops, we have an exhibition. You have an enormous opportunity to make connections through this one day with 400 people in this space. And my encouragement to you as a facilitator is to make absolutely the most of that time together. Make as many connections as you possibly can, because a business card or a details shared over the phone can be a connection right through into the future. So please use today very much as making those brief connections, then maybe moving on, and then you can follow up beyond. In that spirit, as well as technology and research and all the rest of it, this transformation to a circular economy, it's about a human change. It's about changing hearts and minds. And in this room are potentially those key leaders of change that are going to be the ones who are influencing change right across society. We need to work together powerfully as a community of change. As well as being driven by the challenges that we face, maybe we can also be a space of hope and opportunity and have some fun and some smiles on the way. And we hope this one day will be part of that to re-energize and inspire you further forward. And in that spirit, I would really like just for you to take a moment now and just look around you, either behind, in front, to left and right, and just reach out to someone you have not spoken to so far, or someone you've only just sort of said that, and just make a connection, okay? So you've got about 4 minutes. You may have to stand up, because if you've surrounded yourselves by everybody you know, you will stay in this small, diminishing bubble. Reach out, look across, go across the aisle, make 1 or 2 new connections, and I'll shout when you need to sit down again. Go for it. Okay, if we could take our seats again, please. Okay, so if we could come back together, please. And if you are watching online, you will be bewildered, but there is a mass of people connecting with each other, sharing business cards. So if we could come back together, please. Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow. Wonderful. So, that's crazy. I feel I have lifted the cork off a bottle of champagne, and now I'm trying to put my thumb back in the bottle. And I almost feel, let's scrap the program for the rest of the conference, just make those connections. So as I said on Monday, and I say again today, please, the spirit of this conference is talking to others, making connections. You have a license to speak to strangers. And if you're with us through the internet and all the rest of it, just sorry you can't be part of the energy here. It feels good and extraordinary. Can I just make sure, with a show of hands, who has made a new connection this morning? Look at that. Fantastic. If you haven't made a new connection, you haven't tried hard enough. So please, use that opportunity. You are being well paid to be a driver of the future. So do not miss this opportunity, please. There we are. That's my hectoring. We are at an extraordinary moment in the evolution of this agenda. You know what circular economy is about. You get it in this room. Our challenge is that it is a secret known to a few. It has not infiltrated every corner of society. So part of our challenge today is to think, how can we increase the energy, the drive towards circularity? We maybe need to know the challenge we face and where we're at. And to help us on that path, delighted as a keynote speaker that we're joined by Dr. Henning Wiltz, who's Director of Circular Economy at the Wuppertal Institute, and has been very much looking into this whole issue. Wrote a recent paper, From Patchwork Quilt to a Drive to a Circular Economy Strategy, and also been studying the future of the circular economy. Another recent paper for North Rhine-Westphalia, saying from fossil fuel past to the circular future. Henning, it's great to have you with us. I'm hoping you're not going to hold back in setting the challenge we have before us and perhaps some of the steps on the mountain we have to climb. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Henning Wiltz.
Peter, thank you very much for the really kind introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to give a first input to this really exciting conference today. We'll hear a lot about very concrete new technologies, business models, circular solutions. So I'd like to take this opportunity to take a step back and share my thoughts with you, why I think this conference is so important, and where we actually stand with regard to the circularity of our systems and what possible next steps might be. And maybe let me start with my main conclusion in the very beginning. I think that all of us here working on circular economy in different sectors, in public administration, in research institutes, and of course also in companies, we all have to become more coordinated, more efficient in order to achieve a faster transformation to a circular economy. We have to face the fact that time has become our key opponent. If we look at the events of the last months, we see that a business as usual is clearly unacceptable. Just looking at the heat waves here in North Rhine-Westphalia, at catastrophic floods that we have in other parts of the world, Also looking at the fact that we still have to pay a lot of money for raw materials that we have to import from Russia. All that shows that we currently ignore our planet boundaries. These are symptoms for the fact that we left the safe operating space, as the colleagues Steffen and Rockström have shown it. And you can see here that they identified a couple of threats that actually pose severe risks to the survival of humankind. That is, on the one hand, the loss of biodiversity, that is the scarcity of certain raw materials like phosphorus or nitrogen, and that is, of course, also the climate change. Maybe the most urgent, but according to their assessment, not the most severe risk that we face. The interesting thing is they all lead us to the overconsumption of natural resources. That is responsible, according to the calculations by the International Resource Panel, for 50% of the global greenhouse gas emissions and 90% of the biodiversity losses. And that closely linked to the currently unsustainable use patterns of biomass. So it's absolutely clear we have to address the overall consumption of natural resources, and that leads us to this idea of a circular economy. You know hundreds of figures like this, you know hundreds of different definitions. I don't want to bother you with the 115th. The key point from my point of view is we have to acknowledge that the circular economy is an alternative to the current system. It's not an add-on, it's not the cherry on the cake, but it's a fundamental paradigm shift. We want to change a system that currently works, that everyone on its own, in companies, in research, optimizes their own step of the value chain. And we want to get to a system with a coordinated approach where we think about the design of products in a way that actually allows recycling in the end, that develops business models based on fewer resources and not on ever-increasing amounts of resources. That is the challenge that we face at the moment. It becomes very clear that this transformation to a circular economy is absolutely necessary. Looking at the environmental reasoning, we had the pleasure to work with the Circular Economy Initiative in Germany, and one of the key outcomes was that it's absolutely clear if we want to achieve our climate targets here in Germany, legally binding, we have to address this issue of a circular economy. We will not be able to become climate neutral by 2015 and even to follow a 2-degree path without this transformation, without extending the life cycle, the use span of products. We have to work on the intensification of product use, and of course also part of that, we have to improve our recycling patterns in a way that they actually produce high-quality recycled materials. Also from an economic point of view, it's absolutely clear that the circular economy is the must. Looking especially what the European Commission is trying to establish with its Circular Economy Action Plan, we see that they look at the circular economy as a necessary step to preserve the competitiveness of the European industry. Without the circular economy, we will not be able to compete with regions in the world, in Asia. Our current simple linear approach of produce, use, dispose, that will be done more efficient and cheaper in other parts of the world. It's the complexity of the circular economy that offers a unique selling point for our industry. And we have somehow to master this in order to save a lot of money. And that is what the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, I think, triggered this discussion about circular business models by pointing out that if Europe could make it to a fully circular system, then we could save more than $700 billion per year net material cost savings. And I think this figure, this triggered every company to think about what does that mean for me, how can I benefit from that? Against that background, the question is, of course, how circular are we already? And let's face the frustrating fact. If we look at core indicators like the circular material use rate, the share of recycled materials in our industry, we see that in Germany, we're at a level of around 12%. So 88% of the raw materials that we use in our processes are still virgin materials. If we look at front-runner countries like the Netherlands, they show that with the current available technologies, almost 1/3 could be possible. Germany is just slightly above the European average, despite the best recycling quota in the world. But that also shows waste management and circular economy, completely different stories. If we look at the development over time, we see that Germany has more or less been stagnating. We have an increase of 0.4% per year with regard to the circular material use rate. If we want to achieve just the European Commission's target of 25% until 2030, we would have to increase the pace of our transformation by a factor of 5. And that goes back to my initial statement. We really have to think about how can we scale up what we're doing, how can we go from the niche of pilot projects and roll it out in order to achieve a faster transformation. That raises, of course, the question, if circular economy is such a superior system, if we all believe that it makes sense from an environmental point of view, from an economic point of view, why aren't we there yet? And let me give you an example from a completely different sector, keyboards. You all use the traditional QWERTY keyboard that was introduced more than 100 years ago. It's absolutely clear that this keyboard is nonsense. There are smart people who have developed alternatives to this QWERTY system. You see one here. That would allow you to type faster 20 to 40%. And nevertheless, we're stuck with this QWERTY system. And I think there are some similarities to what we discuss here about the circular economy. At one point in time, we all agreed on using this QWERTY system. We all invested a lot of time in order to learn to type on it, and there is no one who has actually the power to shift the system to a better keyboard or to a circular economy. This requires joint efforts, and that, I think, is the current challenge. Let's have a look at the specific barriers. What is holding us back? There are, of course, lacking technologies. We need new technologies, for example, for the recycling of multi-layer packaging or for textiles, where we have combinations of cotton and polyesters. That's clear, but I think there we have actually really good progress over the last years. It's also clear we lack regulations in some part. We have recycling quota, but for example, we don't have prevention targets. So there is also a need for a framework that allows industry to invest. But I think also here we are on a quite good track. One of the key points, I think, is we lack investments. We had the pleasure to work on a study on circular economy here in North Rhine-Westphalia for the Ministry of Economics and Innovation. And what we've seen is that lacking investment is one of the key challenges that we face here in North Rhine-Westphalia, but of course also in Germany and Europe. Now, we need more and coordinated public as well as private investments. And then the final point, we have to address the complexity of the circular system. Going from a linear system to a circular system often means to involve more stakeholders. It means to take more decisions. It means to have agreements with partners alongside the value chain that, of course, sometimes limit the freedom to change your business model, to use other materials. So let's face it, it is a tricky issue, but we have to address it. Also for us as a research institute, the question is what kind of research, what kind of knowledge actually allows breakthroughs. What we see is that publishing papers, like you mentioned, Peter, probably no one ever read it. Let me give you a shocking figure. 40% of all scientific publications will never be cited anywhere. So the question is, does it really make sense for us to focus on that? Or what kind of knowledge is actually necessary for the circular economy? For us at the Wuppertal Institute, we like to focus on this transformation knowledge. We want to have a look at specific experiments, at the pilot project, and then to draw conclusions from that. How can we feed that back into the system so that we actually understand a little bit better how does that transformation process work, where does it work and where doesn't it? Let me give a very concrete example. We had the pleasure to work with the city of Kiel, who became the very first German zero-waste city. And in order to become a zero-waste city, you have to develop a joint action plan. And the challenge here was to bring together all the different stakeholders, businesses, public administrations, also the public waste management authorities, and they all had to agree on specific targets. They all had to share a vision how much of the residual waste can actually be prevented. And in a very long, intense, and iterative process, we then agreed on the target of reducing the residual household waste by 50% until 2035. And based on that shared vision, it was then possible to derive very concrete actions, measures, and then in the end, that was unanimously approved by the city parliament in Kiel. And I think this kind of process, that shows what kind of knowledge will actually be necessary for the circular economy. I already mentioned our study, the Circular NRW 2030, 2030. What we've seen is that no region in the world could be better positioned than North Rhine-Westphalia for this process. Everyone, for almost every relevant value chain that you need for a circular system, has his or her office within a 1-hour train ride radius. So let's really use it. It makes perfect sense to have this conference here in Bottrop. Of course, we have our challenges, but the question is not, can we do it? The question is not, can we do it fastly enough? All the new jobs that we want to create, all the increased business models, tax incomes that might be generated here, it might also be generated in China if we don't pace up. And I think in order for this scaling up, pacing up, speeding up, I think the interlinkage between circular economy and digitalization, that will be one of the key points. All these Internet of Things, blockchains, digital twins, they will change the way how we can imagine a circular economy, how we can make it actually competitive. I've brought you here one picture of a robot. That was a project where we tried to improve the sorting of household waste in the city of Barcelona. A really small project, but the results were, I think, quite impressive. This figure here shows you how fast an artificial intelligence improved over time in just 4 months of training for the sorting of specific waste streams. And if you look, for example, at textile waste, in the beginning, 10%, after just 500 rounds of training, this robot was able to sort more than 90% of the textile items properly. And very small project, it will have to be scaled up. It's not clear that if it actually makes sense for household world, but it shows the potentials of a circular economy 4.0, where we use digital technologies in an actually smart way. Let me come to my key takeaways. What I think is absolutely important to see is that EU policies will clearly increasingly require the circularity of products. We have now the Sustainable Product Initiative. The production processes, they will have to be much more transparent with regard, for example, to material uses or the final fate of waste. This is an opportunity where companies here in the regions could be front runners because they are really urgently required. The second point, for me, circular economy is about life cycle thinking. That should be the core of a sustainable circular economy. We have to go beyond the optimization of single steps of design and then recycling and then logistics. We have to look at it from a systemic point of view, at the full value chain. Absolutely clear, technology alone will not solve the problem, definitely not the robot I showed you. We have to think about how can we use technologies in better ways. And that's also linked to my hopefully key message. It's about scaling up in pace. We have to get out of the niche where we are at the moment, where we feel that this could become big, but we have to become big. With that, thank you very much. Really looking forward to the discussions today.
Henning, thank you very much indeed. You have laid the challenge very clearly for us, and particularly that echoing theme of we need to scale up and pace up, but also that thought that this region has a great opportunity to be at the epicenter of change because it has all the ingredients. What it requires is the will to make that change. You can sometimes feel a bit depressed about the pace of change and all the forces bearing down on us, but there are signs of real hope. And Bottrop itself has been a space of hope, and through the leadership of its mayor, Bernd Tischler, we've seen through the Innovation City program a huge transformation in thinking and action, bearing down on CO2 emissions. And I think the mayor's initiative has seen a 50% reduction in CO2 emissions, and he's been in power since 2009, and he was re-elected, so it means he must be doing something right. To offer us a case study of maybe the work that's going on in Bottrop, very much related to energy, which is at the heart of circularity, as you know, but also maybe has some messages for how we ramp up that collectivism and move forwards as an alliance of change. To offer us that case study and some thoughts, please welcome to the platform Bernd Tischler.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. I brought a few slides to explain our Innovation City theme. We'll start with some data of the city of Bottrop. As you already know, we have a history of 160 years of coal mining, and up to 4,000 miners worked in the city's industry. And nowadays, a few hundred are left. The end of the era of coal mining meant great changes for Bottrop and also raised, of course, a number of concerns and fears. However, we prepared ourselves well for these changes. We thought about the strength of the city, which clearly lie in the field of energy. First, it was the old energy, the coal. Today, the new technologies and topics like energy efficiency and, of course, circular economy. In 2010, we made these topics to our new general principles of development in our city and started the way of transforming the last German coal mining city into the energy efficient innovation city, and I want to speak about this transition. Already today we can see the impact of climate change through floods and storms. You know such pictures from your cities as well. And during the drought in 2018 and also this year, we enlisted our fire brigades to water trees along the roads. This slide shows to you, ladies and gentlemen, German figures, but it's quite the same in your countries. Nearly about 40% of CO2 emissions are emitted by existing buildings. If you want to reduce these emissions, you have to do something about the existing houses and buildings in the cities. To only rely on rebuilt, newly built and energy efficient houses would take too long, and time, as we heard, is what we do not have. So we have to deal with the existing building stock if we want to reduce CO2 emissions in a markable way. This is where the Innovation City project takes action at the already existing cities. However, Innovation City is not only about the reductions of emissions. Its target is twofold. We want blue skies, meaning measurable reduction of CO2 emissions, and we are also working for a green city, meaning the tangible improvement of quality of living. Both targets are part of our climate-friendly urban renewal process, and therefore we care about the following fields of action: about living, working, energy, mobility, and city. And in addition to technical innovation, we learned, and that's one of my key messages this morning, we learned that, as I call it, process innovation is crucial and important. So the question is not just what is technically possible, but also how can we implement it. And one form to implement it is what we call the roundtable discussions. They are a good example for process innovations, especially the fact that all relevant actors come together in equal terms is important and facilitates discussions. The Innovation City process began that we written a kind of blueprint to organize this transformation process. The blueprint is very well known in Germany and it's easily transferable to other cities. It takes into account technical innovations, but also, as I told you, process innovation. Another important part has been the involvement of our citizens. This sort of civic participation is a key element of the overall transformation process in our project, and I'm convinced in the circular economy process as well. Our target was to reduce CO2 emissions by 50% in only 10 years. And we started with a master plan, especially focused on local aspects. And then we realized more than 300 projects based on the master plan. And I'll show you only a few examples. For example, our campaign of combined heat and power units. We installed 100 of them in the city in order to test how decentralized systems can be used to generate energy and warmth. Other important questions: how does the energy system or network react, and can central systems of power generation be replaced by decentralized alternatives? As you can see, photovoltaic systems are a very big and important element in our strategy. We are the city with the most and the highest density of photovoltaic units in North Rhine-Westphalia. You can see in the next slide that we have developed a system of subsidizers depending on the achieved reduction of CO2. We subsidized up to 25% of private investments in energy efficiency. And you can see that €1 of funding has generated almost €8 of private investment. So we are also able to give a strong economic impulse to the city. Through intensive public relations work, but also because of the subsidies, we have achieved a continuously high modernization rate. The rate is 3 times above the national average. And my last slide is that my key message is Innovation City, of course, a story of success. You can see it's an open project. We are looking for new partners, and I would like to underline with this change process, change is possible, and that's my key message this morning. And now we are on our way to become climate neutral up to 2035. Another big challenge, but we are optimistic that we'll reach it. Thank you very much for your attention, and Glück auf. In time.
Thank you very much. Ben, thank you very much. And we look forward to having you with us just on a short panel session, because I'm interested behind the figures and all the rest of it. What really are the key things that have made that difference in terms of political drive and creating those alliances? We're continuing on our theme of hope in this session as well. Before I do draw our speakers back into a panel, really just to think where we're at and are we really fit for the challenge that we face. And we're joined this morning by another initiative that is showing a pathfinder way. And we go to the port district of Duisburg-Ruhrort, which is becoming the dream is to become the world's first environmentally neutral neighborhood by the end of 2029. Boy, 2029, 2030 is creeping up very fast. But to offer us some information about this particular approach, really engaging with companies, trying to get hearts and minds, transforming the way we think about our role and that drive towards circularity. Delighted to welcome to the platform this morning the Managing Director of Green Zero Initiative. Please welcome Beatrice Kamper.
Is it working? Okay, perfect. Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great honor to present the following very ambitious project. Urban Zero Ruhrort, a historical harbor district of the city of Duisburg, become enkelfähig. On your way to this congress, you may have passed the city of Duisburg. It is close by to Bottrop. And you may expect today Dirk Kratzel, who created the idea in cooperation with Haniel, one of the most worldwide operating business companies in Duisburg, instead of me. Unfortunately, Dirk Kratzel is sick, so he can't be with us today. Therefore, I was asked to help out spontaneously, so please, I won't be able to present the creator's ideas as equal as he would do, but I try. My name is Beatrice. I'm 45 years old and I studied architecture and European urbanism. And I'm working for the city of Duisburg almost 15 years now, in special for the city planning department as well as the public housing company called GEBAG. And since last year, I'm also part of this interesting and challenging project. I try to explain the headline and especially the word enkelfähig and what it means to Ruhrort and itself and its inhabitants. Ruhrort is a lovely district with tiny little houses and a historical city structure. It is surrounded by the harbor, which is an advantage and a disadvantage at the same time. The through-going traffic dominates the atmosphere in several parts of the district. The climate change is obvious. Forest death, heavy rain, heat and drought, as well as pests are issues of everyday news. The need for change is obligatory. We need to create values for our future generations, our grandchildren, which means in German Enkel. So you see the headline again. Ruhrort should become enkelfähig, which means it should become environmentally neutral, sustainable, resilient, and worth living there. You might ask yourself why we start in Ruhrort. The answer is simple. Cities make up only 3% of the Earth's terrestrial surface, but consume 2/3 of the used energy. Our fight for global sustainability is won or lost in the cities. Therefore, Ruhrort is the perfect place to practice, to develop, to study, and at least to create a blueprint for other districts and cities. Okay, I thought it will be there. You already have seen this picture. Carbon dioxide causes climate change, but there are much more unexpected effects. For example, acidification, over-fertilization, rising ground-level ozone, depletion of the ozone layer, consumption of resources, and waste of water. A short view on the planetary boundaries of pollution or liability shows that it is time to act. Environmental neutrality is much more than climate neutrality. Our aim is to transform Ruhrort until 2029. At first, all environmental impacts of Ruhrort will be recorded with the help of known methods, for example, the life cycle assessment. In further steps, these impacts should be avoided and reduced, and impacts which are still unavoidable will be compensated on the area of Ruhrort. At least, we need 3 steps to achieve our goal. First, analysis. Second, avoidance and reduction. Third, compensation and offsetting. As our timeline is really challenging, the process already started. One important milestone, the foundation of the Urban Zero Company, is already taken. Further milestones are, for example, to complete the data collection, to start media campaigns, to communicate to public and politicians, to transform the public behavior, to generate financial support, and so on. This won't be successful if there are no defined tasks for each initiator. Consequently, each initiator has its own tasks and duties. For example, Haniel is responsible for stakeholder management, as Haniel is connected to Ruhrort and Duisburg over decades. Green Zero develops and operates sustainable concepts and solutions. Heimaterbe offers land to compensate environmental impacts. The University of Berlin attends the project by its methods of measuring, and the ICM supports the overall managing process. The success of this project is dependent on interdisciplinary collaboration, as well as the interaction of 3 basic categories. The initiative will serve social, economic, and ecological issues equally. Social, all inhabitants should be able to be part of the process. Everybody is invited to develop ideas. Economy, the transformation should save employment and existing companies. It is not our aim to replace them. It is our aim to transform them into healthy companies which avoid or reduce environmental impacts. Ecology, all activities are consistent with our goals. Environmental neutrality, as well as everlasting value, better living conditions, and methods to transform to other cities. You're very welcome to join or to sponsor our activities. If you are interested in further information, you are welcome to visit Ruhrort and to get to know our activities and past partners in special. My aim was to tell you what does enkelfähig mean, and the answer is easy. And it's not only our aim, it is also yours. Together for a future worth living.
Beatrice, thank you very much indeed. We need those little hubs of hope and possibility that we can learn from, be inspired by, and then translate within our own world. So thank you very much for that case study. I'm going to call our panel back up here because I really want to have just a conversation. I'm trying to work out whether we are on track, circularity at the heart of our response to climate change and resource depletion is and has to be the very center of that transition. We're a movement of change. We are part of that transition. Are we on track? Relax, everybody. It's fine. Sorted. Or are we way out? And if we're way out, what do we need to do? So I want to have that conversation with our panel in a moment. But before that, you've heard a number of speeches. Talk to someone to the left or right of you just for a few moments, and when I go, "Oi, come back, please come back." But just where are you sensing we're at in terms of that journey to fundamental transition that is going to mean there is a future for our life on Earth? So what's grabbed you from the conversations? Where do you think we're at? Have just 2 or 3 minutes, quick conversation, and I will draw our panel back onto the stage. Off you go. Okay, so if we could come back together, please. So if you haven't naughtily slipped off for a coffee, if you can bring it back, because we have a crucial conversation to have here. Back in a second. So if we could come back together, please. Love, that's great. Thank you very much. And please, if you are at the back, it would be great if you join us because I really want to kind of engage in that conversation with you. Do bring your coffees and zero alcohol beers back with you into the space. So we've shuffled the pack a little bit. Which is great. So I have 2 new smiling or purposeful faces on my panel. So in addition to Mayor Tischler and also Henning Wiltz, I'm joined by Mr. Reinhold Runke and You are head of the Department of Economic Policy, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Action and Energy of the state of North Rhine, and also doing circular economy as part of that drive. So welcome very much. And we're also joined by Nina Feschler. Welcome, who's Director of the Global Circular Plastics Programme, EVERNIC. And plastics, so much part of the extraordinary utility of our world, and somehow will be part of our future, but how is one of the big challenges. I think in this short session, I really just want you to probably go up in a bit of a helicopter, okay? I'm trying to get that sense whether we truly are fit for purpose for the challenge globally as well as locally that we face. And I wonder, just to bring the voices in, Mr. Runke, I wonder whether you might just like to offer a few thoughts on that journey to circularity, because you've been very much involved in it in this particular region.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. And let me give a short look back in the past. When we started to define the topic of circular economy in terms of industrial policy, we were often smiled at. So, no, you are taking care on waste management, do you? They said. We have already a comprehensive set of regulation for what with the Waste Management Act, and we have a strong recycling industry. So what's the matter? But they were wrong. What we're trying to do was to go into the heart of circular economy. And the heart of circular economy is circular products and circular business models, and trying to build up products from the beginning, not to be refused and discarded, but to be able to go on in a new circle for new products and new business cycles. This was not very easy for many companies, for many society activities to accept that waste management is a completely different point of view to circular economy as we are doing from the industrial perspective. When we started the discussion, we came from a discussion process called Fortschritt NRW, Progress North Rhine-Westphalia. And we were discussing about how will prosperity, social balance, good jobs be possible in an industrial society if we know that we will explode the boundaries of this planet and explode ourselves. And for these reasons, we think that it's necessary to go to the circular way, because the linear way will always destroy this. So this is 8 years ago, and we were fine not to accept the criticism 8 years ago, but to start our process, our journey, which have a point here now in Bottrop, and I'm very happy with all the participants today. And yesterday you had the opportunity to visit a lot of companies, societies who are working on social, on circular solutions. And from my point of view, we're on a good stage. But what's now important is to go real great step forward, as Henning Wills told us in his speech today. We have a lack of time, and it's not to wait 10, 20, 30 more years to go on this way. We have all these floods, we have all these droughts, and all this environmental destruction. Of course, we have some other great problems, the war of Russia against Ukraine, the energy crisis, post-COVID, and so on. But the planetary boundaries are not waiting. So it's on us to have a new way of production and consumption, which goes circular and not longer linear.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm kind of getting a feel that you are seeing that there's some, it's a big challenge, but we're kind of up for it and on track. Yeah, maybe, possibly. I'm going to come across to Nina Feschler. You're obviously looking at this, and as I mentioned before, plastics have been the savior. They've been an extraordinary utility in our lives. We're now realizing some of the challenges that they offer to us and to our environment. I mean, you may just want to very quickly just offer a perspective from the world of plastics about the progress of transformation. But then I want a brutal assessment as whether you think we're on track or we're just kidding ourselves.
Sure.
Nina.
Thank you. So Evonik is an international company, so we see it basically on an international level, but also on the national level. We're on a way of a transformation. And we see this already based on changing supply chains. We see that OEMs, brand owners, they really state clearly circularity goals, right? Very strong commitments. We see new products, circular business models that go into services. And we also see that the customer behavior and also the, let's say, awareness for sustainability has changed. It became really strong. And maybe COVID also accelerated the whole thing a bit. This all, as we heard, needs collaboration, right? And it needs the collaboration along whole value chains. And today you already see companies working together that in a linear economy would have never come together. Yeah. And this is very, very strong signs that we see from an industry perspective that we are there on a very good track. And for example, giving it to you from, let's say, an Evonik point of view, we created a program that bundles all the activities of the company that focus on circularity. That is something that would have been a few years ago not the case, right? Sustainability is not anymore something that is nice to have, but it's really anchored in, let's say, company targets. And I think one thing, of course, is to see it on a positive way, but then also, as we heard, we need to really accelerate. And the big question is, I think you said it very nicely, like to kind of tackle the complexity, right? And I think one strong point where we could accelerate and really work better together is like politics, public sector, and also the private sector. On the one hand, regulations that enable, then on the other hand, investments that we really strongly need to drive this.
Okay, interesting. We'll explore that a little bit further. I'm just getting that litmus at the moment as to whether we face a huge challenge or we're on track. And I actually want to ask all of you, I'm going to give you 3 options here, okay? So listen to the 3 options and then stick your hand up when I say. So I'm just interested, if you can lift yourself from the microscope you're looking through, trying to work out a particular whatever, up into a hydrogen-fueled or solar-fueled helicopter, and take a sense. We know that climate change is biting, and biting bad. We talk about 2030, Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Circularity has to be a core component in terms of consumption patterns, resource use, energy use. I want to just get, and I know this is but from you, do you feel, as you look down from your helicopter across the planet, that A, relax, we're ahead of the game, we're on point, we know where we're at, we know what we're going to do, relax, have a cup of tea. Do you think, okay, we're sort of on track, but there's a lot of work to do? Or do you think we're way off, we're kidding ourselves, we just haven't woken up to the reality that we are facing? So here we are, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. So number 1, relax. Globally, we're ahead of the game. No problems, just sleep well at night. Okay? Okay, okay. Lots of work to do, but we're on track. That's good, you know. Fine, you know, okay. We are way off. Whoa, wake up and smell the coffee. Okay, well, I don't know what the hands up were out in internet world across the world, but I think there's a sense that we are actually way off to the scale of the challenge we face. And that doesn't surprise me. I think the interesting thing is, among ourselves, what I see is an enormous, amazing range of initiatives and innovations and trying things and brilliant minds doing good things. But I just wonder if we are to meet this real challenge, we need some extraordinary injection of something to really make sure as a global community we are waking up. And I'm interested to know what that is. Is it this about politics and leadership? Is it about policy making? Is it about business taking responsibility? So I'm going to invite our panelists to offer a further thought. And I think I'm going to come to you first of all, Mr. Tischler, as a politician. I'm just interested. What we always say is, we need leadership. You know, we will follow, we will come together, but we need leadership. And then we look out there and we see very limited leadership, which translates into policy making. As a city leader, I wonder whether you could offer a perspective around that political leadership and whether it is important and how we achieve it when it feels to be a vacuum of leadership at the moment.
Yeah, in my opinion, and what I learned is that we are at the beginning of the process in Germany, and the process of circular economy. And Bottrop, as I told you, and the Ruhr, we have a really good experience with change and with transition. And we don't have fears for such huge change processes. We learned to set big and ambitious goals, and we learned how we can gather our citizens, our people, behind a huge goal. Because I'm convinced, ladies and gentlemen, and this morning I'm more than ever, I'm convinced that we have to take the people with us on the trip to circular economy. We mustn't stay alone with the science and with the economic and with the politicians. We have to take our people with us. The story of success of Innovation City in Bottrop, one key point was to take the people with us.
Right.
And that's we have to do in the circular economy as well.
Okay, and just interested also, people quite often talk about cities as being the space of transformation. You've got critical mass, all the problems come together, but also maybe the resources to make solutions. Just interested whether we should dismiss that notions or forget about national, international politics. Let's unleash the cities to be the strange, because they're the ecosystem of people as well.
Yeah, and the people in the cities, in the quarters, they are the specialists of knowing what is going in their surrounding, and that's why we have to take them in our boat, and we have to row in the same direction.
Right, right. And the interesting thing, I mean, many of the cities that we have are extraordinarily good at circularity because there's huge levels of global poverty and all the rest of it. So tight consumption is quite significant as well. I'm going to come across to you, Henning, just a little bit further. I think one of the things you were talking about very much, behind that political drive then becomes policy making, regulation, etc., etc. This is a world where politically adding layers of regulation and what we in the UK dismiss as red tape doesn't get a huge number of votes, so is a challenge. And yet it seems that if we are going to make the bad stuff no longer there, we're going to have to really transform our regulations. And I just wonder a comment from you whether, I mean, is it going to be possible for us to put in that raft of standards, regulations, that is really going to create the playing field where it not only is the right thing, but it makes business sense to do things differently? Or are we just, as we say in the Netherlands, are we tilting at windmills?
Well, it's easy to say for me, sitting on my desk and not being in charge of a specific company, but my feeling is that the companies, they want this regulation. What they want is security for their investments. We talk about changing a system that works quite well at the moment, where we make billions of profits, and in order to say, okay, let's completely switch, the companies want a certain idea, what are the long-term goals, what kind of targets are we supposed to set. Look, for example, chemical recycling. A big debate at the moment. Everyone is aware that it will require billions of investments. And the question is that something that policymakers want, yes or no? And until that decision is not taken, it's absolutely clear that companies will not invest. So I think, my feeling is there are a lot of companies really asking for it. Please guide us. Don't tell us what technology to use. That's another discussion. But where are we supposed to be 2030, 2050? And I think that is, for me, also the key point. We have to steer the investments into a circular system. Right. We can talk about circularity a lot. Right now, more than 90% still go into linear products, linear processes. So it's no wonder that we have this slow progress. And there we need much more transparency, we need regulations. So my big hope is on the EU taxonomy. Let's go beyond what we currently discuss on climate. Right. We have to integrate circular economy into that system.
And if you were to give your kind of sense of the, I mean, let's look at Europe and the European Union, the drive that's happening in terms of creating that new playing field. Maybe we've worked out where the site of the new playing field is going to be, and we've put one of the goalposts in. Is that all coming together, or are we way off in terms of that playing field that we really need to have?
I think we show what the potential could be. This is what we're currently doing, and I think this is where we're really good at. City of Bottrop, really demonstrating it is technically feasible. No one can argue it is not possible. Right. Question is how do we roll it out? How do we get out of the niche, make it into something that develops a certain dynamic on its own? I think that is the challenge.
Yeah. I wonder, Reinhold, I mean, you're talking to some big companies around here, and are you getting the message from them that, yes, we absolutely want to be part of circularity, help create the conditions which enable it? Or are you having interesting lunches with the public relations department of large companies, but actually behind here, business as usual is going on? I need an honest assessment.
You already give the opportunities. And when I remember the period when we started our first study on circular economy in North Rhine-Westphalia, we had a meeting with a great consumer good factory, very well-known name. And I told to the director for development on how to create new products, because nobody's really interested to have a washing machine in the cellar. What he wants to need is clean clothes. And could it be a good idea not to solve these washing machines, but to rent or lend or whatever, find a way of product as a service to use this washing machine? And he said, of course, it's a very good idea, but I'm afraid we are sellers, not lenders. So, and I think this is always a crucial point. If we try to have new circular business models, it needs to have a complete new mindset on what I'm going to do. What is my business model? What is my product? How do I combine and design this product? How I am able to sell it or to give it to a consumer and to give it back, to have it back if he is not able or interested to use it anymore. So this changed it completely, and it's not a question of, it's April, I have my balance sheet in October. Right. That's not my time just to run this project. So it's very difficult. So for this, we have a lot of good experiences with smaller enterprises, with family-based enterprises. Families who have a long perspective for his companies, and they are ready to say, okay, my business runs out. I really know that it's only for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and if I'm really intelligent, I'm now starting parallel a new string.
Okay.
And this string will be circular. Yeah. So if my traditional string is running out, I have this new one, and I'm starting with this process now, not in 5 years, not in 6 years, not in 2 years, but I started now, and that is very important. What we try to give the impulse is doing more of the right now, not anyone less of a mess.
Okay, all right. Nina, I want to come back to you. I want to drill down a little bit further because I always look at the plastics, the chemicals industry, the plastics industry as almost the high watermark of extraordinary scientific and human ingenuity. The things we've managed to put together to make plastics with this, that, and the other that do extraordinary things. They probably keep me alive. The problem is we've been so damn clever that when someone, an innocent like me, comes along and says, you can't have all that horrible stuff because we need a planet, please, and we're running out of resources, actually trying to find the reality, as you drill down, trying to find alternatives that do the job as well, if not better, are squeaky environmentally clean, and ka-ching, cost less, please, because otherwise I'm not. We're kidding ourselves. There may be a few small products that slip through the eye, the camel through the eye of the needle, but honesty in this room, we've created a monster that we can't just say, oh, we'll unleash a bit of technology and we'll change it. I was going to use a 6-letter word that's very rude and Anglo-Saxon. I'll find another one, which is we're in deep doo-doo. And I'm worried that we are actually kidding ourselves, but fundamentally we're in a bigger mess than we dare believe. Do you agree with me?
So let's say, on the one hand, of course, we have issues that are connected to that type of material, but I would say the even bigger problem is the way how we handle it. As we said also before, it's important to look at the whole life cycle of a certain product, not just a certain use phase, right? Because then whatever we think about an object, it will change if we look into it right now or later. If we take into account, like, where does it come from? How is it made? How do we deposit it? Things change. Yeah? So that is one thing I think awareness of this fact would already create a lot of differences, as we also just heard, right? What is the awareness of something? And when it comes to plastics, it needs to close the loop, and this is, I think, the part of circularity where it would be possible. The thing is, one point is the technology. A lot of things are possible. If we talk about circularity plastics, there is actually a whole lot about logistics, right? How do we manage to get back all these things? How do we educate the consumer? How do we create new supply chains? How do we make all these different companies, as I said at the beginning, that have never been working directly together, work all of a sudden? It's like a spider web, right? You shake one thing and the whole system is moving. Right. So I would say if we tackle certain points in that, I think there's a lot of things possible.
Okay. We're going to move to a break very shortly, and as you go through the doors, the exhibition area, the workshops, you're going to see some amazing, this patchwork, as you called it, of innovation, of ideas, of people finding new ways, and that's brilliant. This first session is a big idea moment. I haven't pre-briefed you on this because the best ideas just come out of left field. All right, so it feels to me, lots of stuff going on, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. We're getting there, we're getting it, we're seeing the complexity, all the rest of it. But if we look at COVID, we had to come up with an extraordinary reaction to it. Otherwise, we would be wiped out. Ukraine, we have had to come up with an extraordinary response. Otherwise, freedom in Europe is under threat. Circular economy, climate change, we're doing a bit. I just need to know, is there on this platform a big idea that will shake not just this room, but politicians and businessmen and businesswomen particularly, into some new trajectory? We're not playing, oh, I've got a nice salary and a little project. There's something big and there is a mismatch. If you had an idea for something would really, it was the Bottrop idea, okay? You've got 4 seconds to come up with, you know. Tischler for global president. I don't know what it is, but just give me some sense, and there's something which might give that jerk beyond where we're at. Or you might say, relax, Woodward, have a cup of coffee. It's all happening. So I'm going to come like a forest fire across our panel, and I'm going to start with Henning.
Well, I think what we need, what we really urgently need is a national circular economy strategy, and then something similar here in North Rhine-Westphalia. Because if you look, how did the Netherlands manage to be that far ahead of us? They had such a strategy 10 years ago. They said until 2030 we want to reduce raw material consumption by 50%.
Okay.
So that is exactly what we need, so that everyone is aware this is what we are aiming for. And part of that have to be clear responsibilities. Right now we all say we have to do it together, and that often means no one is taking care of it.
Okay, we like that. And if you were to hover in your helicopter, so we might sort a little bit in Rhine-Westphalia, that's great. If we were to be big global corporations, companies, that value chain right across the world, a new strategy for Rhine-Westphalia ain't going to cut it. Would you offer something else that might be even bigger than that dream?
Oh, that's great, wish list. So what I'm really happy about, mandatory recycled content quota.
Right.
On a global scale, every product should be made out of certain amounts of recycled material, because that would give the incentive to collect it, to design it in a better way. We have regional initiatives for that, and we need this global extended producer responsibility.
Okay, I've been over-generous with time on you, but thank you very much. Nina, you're going to show us the one-liner. Is there a big thing, you know, the top 100 say now or something? I don't know. Give me something, excite me.
Well, I would definitely say now what we should need is having a level playing field for technologies, meaning exactly also towards mandatory recycled content, chemical recycling. We need to have all the options, not saying one is better than the other, but they all need to come together, and then giving the ground that we can actually make the investments that we need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Reinhold, I'm going to come next to you because I'm going to leave the global president for a moment or two. If you had a big idea to really, you know, meet this lion and respond to the challenge we have.
My big idea is circular economy is a concept of encouragement and hope. And it has to attract the people's heart. That is our great duty. It's not easy. But we have to explain what is the circular advantage. If I buy a product, it's not only to save the world. It's just I want to buy something. But to buy something in a circular way is the need to know what is my advantage for the circularity. And this is where we have to explain. The second point is it's important to start to row, not to discuss the color of the boat if the direction is clear. So let's thousands of circular flowers grow, even if I don't know exactly what the crowdfunding is.
Right.
But it's important to start, not only to discuss. And this is from my experience and from my point of view, the great advantage of the Circular Hotspot. It shows what is possible and show the excursions and the companies that are always on the way, the journey to show how circularity can work.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I leave the final word, and probably the biggest idea of the morning.
Oh, no.
No pressure, Bernd.
Yes, my key message is really that I'm strong belief that we have to find these new forms of cooperation between the stakeholders, between the science, between the citizens, and between the companies. And we know, and I learned this morning, we know so much about what is technically possible. We know so much about digital working, but we aren't good enough to implement these ideas in our daily doing. And that's the key point in my opinion. So we can reduce complexity with new forms of collaboration and cooperation. And I'm convinced that after the Bottrop conference tomorrow, we all go out and start the new process because circular economy needs this new form of working together.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Cut the crap and get on with it. Seems to be a shortened version of that. You can tell him from a marketing background. Could I, on your behalf, thank our panel, hopefully for stimulating some of the challenge for this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panel and our earlier speakers, thank you very much indeed. If you just stay for a moment. So, it's over to you lot. Now, we're going to have a break. We've got 30 minutes for coffee. If you go through that door is a shortcut to the exhibition area with coffee. You can go round if you want to remember what rain feels like. At 11:30, there are 3 options you have. There are some workshops in small tents out there. We've got a session in here about learning from the front runners. You can also loiter in the exhibition area and go, what's my big idea? The key thing this morning is, because this is a big site, you need to self-check on the time. So 11:30, we will be starting those sessions. So please don't wait for a klaxon or a bell. Get to your space appointed at 11:30. Most important things, relax, feel hope, and connect with others. We'll see some of you back at 11:30. Otherwise, if it suddenly gets very dark, it means you've gone down in the wrong lift. Okay. But apart from that, enjoy the next session, and we'll maybe see you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue here with our parallel session, which is learning from the front runners. So if those who are back runners by the coffee area would like to grab your coffee and come as far forward as you would like and you dare, that would be great. So if you could join us at the front, we will start in just a moment or two. So we thank you for your forbearance. If you are online, we'll be starting with our session just in a few moments' time as people come back from coffee. Okay, so welcome back to our session, Learning from the Front Runners. As we felt in that first session, there is impetus happening. And this session is really to share some stories from those who are really trying to make the difference and are, inverted commas, front runners. We're going to hear a number of stories from those front runners and whether they think they are front runners. And then again, I'm going to create a panel and we're going to have some further conversation about the characteristics of front running, how you don't get exhausted and how we scale this up. So that's the plan for this session. And we've got a number of impact 10-minute presentations from our wonderful set of front-runner speakers. And I'm going to start off straight in. Delighted we're joined this morning by Dr. Suzanne Kadner, Head of Office of the Circular Economy Initiative in Germany. And Suzanne is Head of the Thematic Focus Energy Resources Sustainability at Acatech, which is the German Academy of Science and Engineering. And is very much one of those trying to shape options and ideas for action. So, Suzanne, great to have you with us, and we look forward to hearing your take on the story of being a front runner.
So, hello, good morning. Nice to see you all here. I was given the task to tell the story, what the steps for success for success are. How do you set up a roadmap? And what I'm going to tell you now is a very personal story, how we have done it. And there are 7 steps. There always have to be 7 or 10 or 3. So for me, it's 7. So, first one is use the existing momentum, really. I think we are currently in a situation of change where such a momentum exists. We face rising resource prices, it's very sad conditions, but there are discussions, of course, how you can save energy, how you can minimize the use of resources. So I think we are in a situation where we can talk about how to move from a linear to a circular system. When we started our journey in 2016, our reference point was, of course, the Circular Economy Action Plan by the European Commission, which came out in December 2015. And we realized there was a great curiosity with business of what this would entail. Some business partners were more apprehensive, others were really excited about it, but they were all curious. And so using this kind of momentum in the current political situation, in a situation in your organization, really is something that helps enormously. Develop a narrative. If you want to bring the change, if you want to convince others, if you want to find partners, you have to find a story that matches the situation, the momentum, but also that fits with you. We all know numbers. 50% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are related to the production of resources, the International Resource Panel. 44% of our nickel comes from Russia, so again, reference to the current situation and unstable supply chains. I've worked a lot with this figure, with this graphic, and those of you who've seen me in talks, they can nod off for 15 seconds or so. What you see here, it's a piece of rock. It's called a plastic conglomerate, and it was found on the beach of Hawaii in 2014 by scientists. And these white bits are coral fragments, it's the volcanic rock, it's sand, and these thin blue lines is molten plastic. And you may ask yourself, why the heck do I find this in a rock in Hawaii? It's exactly that point. Why do we find it here? And I think, well, for me, this picture is very stark in telling us exactly why we need to move from a linear to a circular system. Third and important point, learn from others. When we started in 2016, there were a range of other frontrunners we could look to, and we carried out this pre-study, and I really didn't know at the time how important this pre-study would be for us as a benchmark and as a reference point. We carried out a lot of interviews with partners. You see the relevant reports here. Netherlands, of course, a frontrunner we always refer to. And we were really thankful for the learnings we had here to understand what was helpful in the process. And also don't be intimidated if your situation is different, right? If you don't have such a strong political mandate, for example, or if you have less money, learn from others, see what fits for your current situation, and then just start doing it. Fourth point is find the right partners. And I think at this point I really want to thank our partner in crime. Really from the start it was systemic. We went together to the ministries, asked for funding. We got the funding from the Ministry of Education and Research, so a big thank you here at the point as well. And, but we had our partners from other ministries as well. The Ministry of Economic Affairs and of the Environment was in our steering board, and that was a learning from the pre-study as well. We have to cooperate here across the different ministries. The circular economy transition, it's massive, the demands we have to meet, so the different houses have to cooperate and work together here. And then, of course, the partners from business. The first 2, 3, which you try to convince to do this with you, they're always the most difficult one. But once you have them, it really starts rolling. And we were totally overwhelmed in the end. How many partners we could get on board? We thought it would be about a handful. In the end, we had 24 partners from business. The same amount from the scientific community, of course, Acatech and National Academy of Science and Engineering. These partners were easier to acquire, but also very important last part, civil society organizations. Here, it's transition that affects us all in society, so they have to be present as well. Next point, develop a joint vision and put this down, because when you get into the detailed discussions, which kind of political recommendations do you want to make? When it gets to the nitty-gritty and where the discussions might be difficult, it's really important to have this joint vision where you want to go. So put down this reference point. As I said, we did this in the pre-study as well, and then try to cut through and see what are most important points for action, what are the concrete policy recommendations to walk down this path. And what you see here is like the picture, the handover from our roadmap in May 2021 to the State Secretary of the Ministry for Education and Research, Mr. Meister on the left-hand corner, which was then the great point of where we could present our work. Sixth learning for me is walk the talk. You see, we started in 2016, and at the time we decided to work on two concrete use cases. It was traction batteries and plastic packaging. We also looked at the role of circular business models, and then from these perspectives developed the roadmap. And then there was the question last year, what we're going to do next. Are we going to follow the sort of sectoral approach as it was laid down in the second Circular Economy Action Plan, looking at textiles, looking at construction. But we thought there's so many important new actors now, new projects which are working on that already, that we felt we couldn't really make a big impact here anymore. And when the opportunity came up for a new project, we said, okay, we're going to take actually a pilot study that we had already described in the traction batteries report, and which had identified the battery passport as one of the key elements to facilitate a circular management of traction batteries. So we were building on the consortium and the partners of the Circular Economy Initiative. We found new additional partners, and now we have embarked on this admittedly fairly ambitious journey of building a battery passport that complies with the EU regulation, with the new EU regulation. Every economic operator has to have one in 2026 when they bring a battery on the European market. And now we are trying to interpret and sort of facilitate with our partners the discussion, what does this mean in detail? Which data points would need to be made available? What can the incentives for OEMs, for different partners be to provide this data? Data security is a huge and key point when we discuss this, and of course only collect data which are really important and not just turn this into a huge data gathering exercise. Last point, celebrate milestones. In your personal journey, that keeps up the spirits, but also celebrate important milestones in the overall process. What you see here is the coalition treaty that was set up last year between the Democratic Party, between the Greens and the Free Democrats. And there is a whole page on the topic of circular economy in it. Of course, it's not perfect, and it still has a lot on recycling, but we are in Germany. This is where we are coming from. This is how we understood the circular economy in the future. But it very clearly carries this understanding of what the circular economy is that we are talking about. It mentions all the different R strategies. It very concretely talks about digital product passports, about a building passport. It mentions very specific measures, but I think most important of all, it states that we need an integrated national circular economy strategy. And I think this is very important, which is sort of accompanied by concrete targets so that we have this joint vision as a society where we're going to work and invest and walk towards too. So these are my 7 steps. I hope this helps, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. 7 steps to heaven, or 7 steps to the next stage. So that's some really thoughtful and very human insights into the way that we actually make progress as front runners. Our next contribution comes from Mr. Lars Baumgürtel, who has been a member of the management team at Voith & Schweitzer since 1992, a major mining and metals company, and as a managing partner of the Zinc Group since 2008, very much driving the circular business model, Planet Zinc, and to tell us a little bit more about how you get a traditional company thinking about new ways and transforming great that we have you with us. Lars, good morning to you.
Good morning, Peter. Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, my job today is to take you from the strategic national level, which Susanna has taken you to, down, top down, so to speak, down to the company level. And I would like to invite you to come with me on the journey that we as a company in the metal sector took to become a circular company, to implement a circular business model. And this morning you heard a lot about what needs to be done. And I think the biggest challenge, or the thing that is the most urgent, is to start doing something. We are basically now a part of a community. We are not alone as a middle-sized company, but we are part of the Cradle-to-Cradle network. We are also a Klimaschutzunternehmen, which is in Germany, if you combine this, about 150 companies that are really front runners for becoming climate neutral, including managing the circular transformation. And we have also started here a network of companies, which I will come back later as the last chart. Now, this doesn't really look good, to be honest. This is supposed to be a triangle. The triangle should show you the race not to zero, but, well, that's better, thank you. Whoever did this made my day. So it is not about the race to zero, but the race to 000. I think that corporations, whatever size, should not focus only on what you see on the bottom left, which is zero carbon with the 50 for 55 program, but simultaneously, the challenge is to also transform into a zero polluting company and also creating no waste, the zero waste. So we have two action plans. One is the zero pollution action plan from this year or last year, and of course the circular economy action plan from 2014, which we have to look after. So the start of the journey is the race for 000. Now, how do we take the Green Deal in order to implement this or convert this into circular business models? Well, we have seen in the regulation of the EU, everything is set. The Green Deal is a magnificent piece of regulatory work. It includes, for instance, definitions for product carbon footprint and product environmental footprint. Now, don't forget about the corporate carbon footprint, and maybe you want to also start the exercise of a corporate environmental footprint, but this is only a means to come down to the product. Circular economy really is about products. We have heard this morning also producers' responsibility. Well, producers do produce products, and the responsibility is 100% linked to the life cycle of the product. That's what we see in the Sustainable Products Initiative, and that's again a great masterpiece of regulation. It takes us to eco-design, it takes us to product passes. It also is in combination a very valid document. You have already standardization coming up. You have the ISO TCs 350, for instance, circular economy in the building sector. There's something going on. There's the ISO 14068, which finally defines climate neutrality. Everybody has been talking about THG, CO2 and CO2 neutrality, but climate neutrality is now defined in the 14068. And of course, you have the definition of the product carbon footprint and the product environmental footprint as published by the EU. Now, the next step taking you through this journey is from the circular business models in principle to an implemented circular business model as we do it with Planet Zinc. What you see is we have taken all the regulations, everything that is existing. I think you mentioned also that we can use what is already there, and it's all there. It's a fiction that we have to work on defining things. Now also with the ISO 14068, everything more or less is defined, and there are already tools available to you. What we are doing is we are basically defining our areas of action for the company. And that is, I think, what companies need to do next, is to look at where they can make a circular move. And it will be different from company to company. I'm not even sure that within a sector the companies will take the same route, but the target, the objective, must be clear. The target is the triangle. It's the race for 000. And in the end, let's say the race will only be finished when everything is zero. And that's going to be a long and partially rocky road, but it's worthwhile boarding this,
because there's a lot of action to be taken in the companies that will involve everybody in the company, also the employees. The employees need to be part of the journey. That's where we have our employers brand, Mach dein Zink, for instance. We also have innovation. You can't do sustainability, you can't become circular without innovation. So we have, for instance, created a huge, for our size, a huge and a singular research and development center in Gelsenkirchen, close by, where we invent the circular surfaces, we are in surface technology, for the future. And I want to go back on 3 individual areas of action that we have defined: low carbon zinc, re-zinc, and the product path, because it also demonstrates that all these efforts, again, like the triangle, are interlinked. One action will basically contribute to progress in another field of action. And that's also something that we have to talk about, because some companies think with a single action they can do it, or on the contrary, if they do too many actions, they will be overwhelmed by the task. No, you start and you will find yourself on a journey, basically with all these things coming together, and in the end, hopefully leading to winning the race to 000. Next one, low carbon zinc. Seems to be only a decarbonization project, but if you look to it down there, the orange cycle, it is also a circular project, because circularity, according to the latest report, Circularity Gap, becoming circular will contribute automatically roughly 40% of CO2 emissions reduction. And it's quite clear, if you use more secondary material, the energy is already built in, maybe used several times, so you have an automatic reduction in your carbon impact if you go circular. Again, you can't look at just one thing, it's always all in. So closing the loop with red zinc and all the other measures in our project Low Carbon Zinc will lead to a positive product carbon footprint. And this is what we basically credit our clients with. So we have created a CO2 bank for zinc, and this is the original invoice, we credit our customers for this job that they have confided to us with 2 tons of CO2. Now, I don't know what the customer does with it. Currently, nothing really, because the system that we are about to develop as a circular economy is not yet fit to basically handle credits for CO2. But there are credits. There are also, so to speak, and I know that the OEMs ask for that, also negative impacts from CO2s that are being handled. But credits, for instance, currently are not being used by the client. So next step to the journey is to propose a system where these CO2 credits can be used in a circular context of a circular business model in the context of circular products. The ultimate objective is what you see on the right. It's the product path. And that's part of the Sustainable Products Initiative as published by the EU Commission. And I've discussed this with the DG Environment. They really mean a digital circular product passport. Okay? So circularity is a key item to measure the impact of products when they're brought to the market. And there are a couple of criteria that needs to be observed when you really want to make it happen in terms of putting into place a product passport. You use existing standards, I explained, they are there. You have the EPD, Environmental Product Declaration, according to EN 15804. You have a health product declaration, which we get, by the way, with our cradle-to-cradle certification. And you have the PCDS, the Product Circularity Data Sheet, which is ISO 59040, upcoming standard in circularity. A passport, just as your passport, which you have, should be universally readable, understandable, should be applicable everywhere on the world. It should be the same, more or less. And it needs to be, the data inside need to be third-party validated. But the data in the passport remain my data. It's my passport. Okay? If I have the data with my passport, when somebody looks at it, he doesn't get my data. That's the question of data management and data sovereignty. But it needs to be interoperable. So we are working, for instance, with different databases that basically use the data coming from our product passes. It will include life cycle approach. We discussed this morning, life cycle to stretch. It needs to include PEF and PCF, and it can also be basically the basis for CO2 pricing, which would be an extension of the ETS to price all the PCF and PEF impacts of products in the future. How do we do this? We basically implement this in our supply chain. We can't do it on our own. And what you see is we are taking the different steps and all the data will be aggregated. So also SMEs can participate in this kind of system. And it will be something that represents a digital twin. In the building sector, we are very close to that, or we have it. So all this data in the end also enters into a database like, for instance, Madasta. Okay? So, because my time is running out, this is basically, in a very short way, the description of the digital circular product path logic, which should be becoming the driver for the circular economy in the future. Last chart, because we are not alone, we have created a network which has its origins 2016, a network with 50 companies on board and partners that are talking to each other about such projects like implementation of the DCPP. And you see we've created quite some interest for the circular transformation after our Minister of Economy was in Canada to get hydrogen. He came to Gelsenkirchen to see us to talk about carbon-free energy, but also about the circular transformation of our industries in Germany. So later we will hear maybe a bit more about this network, Transform to Zero, in Prosper Colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Lars, and I'm feeling encouraged as I hear some of these initiatives and quietly important changes taking place. We have another example of a front runner now. I think it's a double act. So we're going to hear from Dr. Carsten Gerhardt, who's the initiator of the Circular Valley, which came out of the Wuppertal Institute and is very much a kind of incubator, supporter of circularity, innovation businesses. And I think in tandem with Carsten, I believe we've got Dr. Pratik Mahalwa, is that right? Yes, fantastic, who I think is going to illustrate that as being one of those very much involved in, as a business, BioVeg, finding alternatives to plastic in hygiene products. So we've got the front runner and we've got the front runner of a business that's actually delivering that. So to hear something about this initiative and program and how it feels like to be a front runner, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please welcome Carsten Gerhardt.
Thank you very much indeed. If I may start with one very slight correction, so it did not come out of Wuppertal Institute, although they are our big scientific partner, but it was actually coming out of a citizens initiative in Wuppertal and extending far beyond that. So Circular Valley, the name actually is the program. We want to establish the Silicon Valley for the circular economy. We heard a lot about the scientific excellence that we find. We see so much excellence in individual businesses. And now the question was, how can we bring all of that together? And from our point of view, the very big challenge in circularity, and I'm trying to move this on, okay, it works now, is that it needs a lot of cooperation and collaboration. So this is not about just having one recycler take care of everything, but from extraction over the intermediate production to the production itself, to the sales process, you need a lot of cooperation across the whole of the value chain and across industry to set the stone rolling. We heard a lot about the challenges now and this morning. There is like this 100 billion tons of emissions, and everybody is really conscious about that, not only we as consumers, but also activist groups, politicians, companies. And then our question was, but where is the place where those people come together? You can have the best ideas if they are scattered all around the globe, and Susanne talked about that. So there is Slovenia, there is Finland, there is the Netherlands. But if we don't reach critical mass, it will be tough for us to move forward. And that is why we said, well, let's see if there is a place where we can convene everybody who has a avid interest in circularity, very much like Silicon Valley is attracting all people going digital. Boston is attracting people who are into biotechnology. If you want to do fintech, you go to London. E-commerce, you find at home in Berlin. And if you want to do cybertech, you go to Tel Aviv. But where do you go if you are a talented Colombian, Australian, and want to do something? There was no such place, and that is why we set out to look where could it potentially be. And we came up with this very region where we are in the middle, so the larger Rhine-Ruhr region. It is not only Europe, I would say Germany is definitely, but maybe also Europe's largest metropolitan area. If you look at this region from Rheinisches Revier over Niederrhein, Münsterland, Ostwestfalen, Lippe, Südwestfalen, and in the middle of it, Ruhrgebiet, Rheinland, Bergisches Land, it is a region of 15 million people. It is the largest metropolitan region in, as I said, Germany definitely, and maybe even in Europe. But there are 5 additional very unique locational factors that set it apart from all other regions in the world. First of all, you have access to over 300 world market leaders from the producing industry. Nowhere on this planet do you have such a variety of co-located companies who are leading in their field. Secondly, you have the highest density of established and new circular companies that you will find in Europe. And thirdly, and this is particularly relevant, it's a super attractive scientific landscape. Prosper College is only one example, and you can add 70 others in the region. There is the CSCP, there is Wuppertal Institute, there is excellent universities, there is Fraunhofer Institutes, Max Planck Institutes, all in this region with a focus on material topics. And in Silicon Valley, it was the proximity of Stanford University and the semiconductor producers that set that ecosystem going. And so we're saying, hey, bring that together, and you can set a marvelous ecosystem going here. Besides, it is obviously also a very cosmopolitan region, and it was a place of the first and second industrial revolution on the European continent, on the mainland. Manchester obviously was before, but on the mainland, the first and second industrial revolution started out here. And that is why we said, well, do something with it. And last year we set up Circular Valley Foundation, which is acting as a network node to bring together all those forces in the region. And in addition, it has 3 additional pillars. One is public relations. We want to reach people, consumers, by the means of art. The second, and currently most important pillar, is the first circular economy accelerator in the world, where actually people from business, politics, can convene with startups from all over the world. And the third pillar is then developing policy recommendations, because we are right on the axis between Berlin and Brussels, who are the 2 epicenters of the circular world. On the second pillar, the Circular Economy Accelerator, we had our first batch running last year. It was 15 startups from all over the world, from Sydney to New York. And one very important part of the program is to take them out to our company partners and show them around what can be done in this region. And it was only last Friday that we finished the 3rd batch of actual startups on site here in the region, in the Wuppertal Accelerator. And it was 27 startups from Thailand to over a couple of African countries, Uganda, Kenya, down to Colombia and Mexico, Canada, and the US. They were working on topics from mattress, renting and leasing and recycling, to wind blade recycling. So all topics relevant to the circular economy actually here. And this is fascinating, that after only a year, it is possible to attract talent from all over the world to come to this region, because they believe in the narrative and they see what industry, politics, and science and civil society can do together here. And one concrete example of that, I'm very pleased to introduce now, is Pratik and BioVec. They were part of the 2nd cohort, and he will now tell you how he took off and how he is conquering the world of the big FMCGs. Pratik.
Oops. I think do you have my slides? So in the meantime, I take time to introduce myself. So my name is Pratik Bahalwar. I'm originally from India, and I came to Germany. I was a scientist by heart, so I came to Germany to do my master's in neurology and neuroscience at Leibniz Gemeinschaft on a scholarship. And then I did my PhD at Max Planck in Tübingen with Nobel laureate Christiane Nüstlin-Bohlhardt. And I saw that how much science we do here in order to solve basic science to application-based science to solve problems or gather knowledge on a day-to-day basis. But this science was not moving very fast to the industry. And that was one of the biggest gaps I saw in the beginning. I decided to move out of science and join strategy consulting for a couple of years with EY Parthenon, where I learned a lot about business. So after knowing science, after knowing business, I thought I'm ready to take a scientific idea or solve a challenge in the society with the help of scientific idea to the real world, to solve the problems which are around us. So without the slides, I think I will just come here in the middle. I become the slides. So, and I think you will be shocked to know that every one of us is eating 5 grams of microplastic every day. And this is equivalent to a credit card. And I read that article in 2019 in CNN and also in 2018 from the Guardian. And I was shocked because I never thought that there was a plastic around me. I thought about plastic pollution when I am in India or in any other country, but I never thought, I saw a recycling system in Germany. I thought plastic is not a problem here, but when I saw this article that in the drinking water or in the seafood, we have a microplastic entering our system, and then there are more and more papers coming up showing microplastic in different kind of organs. So basically, let me explain where they're coming to you, right? So every day we are using consumer products like hand creams, shampoos, home care detergents, washing detergents, and all of them have solid and liquid microplastic. So solid in form of a micro powder. Sometimes it's big enough you can see it in the scrub. And sometimes they're very small in the creams. They go inside your pores and you cannot see them. And liquid microplastic in terms of acrylic polymers. Fantastic. So liquid microplastic in terms of these liquid polymers, which you see in the shampoo or in your home care formulations and so on. And these liquid polymers are acrylic polymers. They go from your basins to waterways, and especially in the sludge, some of the toxins get loaded on top of them. And they go to the sea, and fish ingest them, or just through the drinking water, it enters your system. They circulate in your system and sometimes get out and sometimes not, right? So it was a very big problem. So I thought maybe we can focus on this problem and try to see what academia has done so far to solve this problem. We read hundreds of papers, me and my co-founder, and we were able to find incompleted technologies with some challenges to scale up. So we noted down, and we see, let's try to solve them at home. So we ordered a beer fermenter at home, some culture, some waste side streams from home, and try to do fermentation. We generate some material, did some testing, and we found really amazing material developed with the help of the fermentation. We thought if we can do it at home, we can definitely do it in a commercial settings. With this, more and more time goes, we set up the startup, and we came to know in 2021 that EU has launched a draft for a ban on microplastics by 2028, and which will impact chemical companies as well as consumer companies. So the chemical companies are going to change their portfolio to more bio-based or sustainable ingredients, and consumer companies are going to change their formulations. And it's not only cosmetics or consumer goods. You will be shocked to know the seeds you are using in your agriculture are coated with acrylic polymers. And the same thing is going to ban those acrylic polymers in the agriculture and seed coatings. So we have developed a solution around it, and that was these two things. So we have developed a bio-based micropowder. You can see this micropowder is that small that you can see in the electron microscope. They behave like a plastic micropowder, but fully biodegradable in 60 days. On the other hand side, we have developed a gel to replace an acrylic polymer in your shampoo, in my shampoo, or in your home care solutions and my home care solutions. And you can see how there is a proper science behind it. So how we differentiate from others, there are definitely many other solutions in the market, and we basically differentiate from them on these 6 main pillars. So whatever we produce, it's readily biodegradable. This is one of the requirements from the EU. Readily biodegradable means within 60 days, when it goes to the sludge, when it goes to the sea, when it goes to the sand, the day 1 starts there, and within 60 days, it should be fully disintegrated. We have a better functionality. We use molecular simulation, surface chemistry to make it more functionalized. We have a circular production, so that's how the circularity comes here. So we take the waste product, the waste side streams from food industry. So we are working with Südzucker. We take molasses. We are working with some beer factories to take the side stream from the beer industry. We are trying to work with companies like PepsiCo to take what is left over from the food industry, because there is a carbon and nitrogen, convert them through the help of the bacteria, which we have isolated from the nature in Germany, and sequence them and try to identify which can give you the maximum yield of those materials. So we have isolated the non-GMO strains, local non-GMO strains. Then we have 85% reduction in the CO2 as compared to the PMMA. On the other side, last but not the least, we are doing a surface modification using green chemicals. What does it mean? Green chemical means no toxic chemicals, nothing coming from petroleum and so on. And we follow the principle of American Chemical Society. So yes. So our business model is to go from, to convert the low-value ingredient to a high-value ingredient. And we have been working with roughly 18 different companies in the pipeline, and even more are coming up to join this pipeline. And that's the start. We have, using the same technology, we have solved the problems in the plant-based food and the agri-coatings. And definitely, there are a couple of ESG criteria which we are fulfilling. We have the right team. So we are roughly 14 people located all in NRW, near to Osnabrück, ranging from experts in fermentation to chemistry and so on. And one of the biggest achievements so far we have just won a EIC funding from the EU of 12.6 million to scale this up. We are raising money parallel to this. So if you are an investor, you want to talk to us, please feel free. If you are in a company who want to test our material, I would be happy to share our material. And if you are as enthusiastic as me to change the world around you and me, please join us. We are hiring. Thank you.
So maybe one of the ingredients of being a front runner is being an unashamed salesperson. But fascinating case study there. So thank you very much. And we are going to draw together maybe what are some of those human secrets to being a front runner, as well as having a smart logo and a good idea. Our next speaker, someone who's been very much involved the whole circularity game business for many, many years. Delighted to welcome to the platform Professor Dr. Wolfgang Irek. He's a professor of energy management and energy services at the Royal West University of Applied Sciences. And in 2019, he joined the Prosper colleague with his research focus on circular economy, really creating circular value creation. So with a long experience, I don't know how long you can continue being a front runner, but great to have you with us, Wolfgang.
For your kind introduction, Peter. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my presentation. And there can be very different types of front runners. We heard about innovative startups We heard this morning about the municipality of Kiel. For example, there can be large companies, there can be agencies, there can be tools, there can be policies and measures, and of course science being front runners. Can snails be front runners? We heard this morning from Henning that we move really slowly forward. So he was telling us that the last 10 to 20 years, not much has happened, and we are telling the same stories. I used to work at Wuppertal Institute, the same stories we told 20 years before. So, but also snails can be front runners, and there are, of course, also some faster front runners I'm talking about. And I will present you some learnings from a project called Prosper Kolleg, financed by the Ministry of Economy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, with several partners we have. And one part of the project is really to encourage small and medium enterprises to become front runners. And I would like to tell you some stories of these SMEs and of the drivers, why they have become front runners in our project. And we have a good environment, we have a good situation here in the Ruhr area, or more specifically in the Emscher-Lippe region. We have a close cooperation with the economic development agencies of the municipalities and of the region, with the efficiency agency of North Rhine-Westphalia, with the association Prosper Kolleg e.V., the Hochschule Ruhr-West, the University of Applied Sciences. We have learned about such great initiatives of frontrunners like Lars Baumgürtel had spoken about the Transform to Zero initiative, with companies who really lead by example. And we have support by the Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Crafts, and further municipalities in this region. This is a good situation to approach SMEs and to go the first steps with them. And we try to develop tools. We try to implement these tools with the SMEs, and then we found out about some drivers. And one main driver is the mindset of top management. And you can see it with Lars Baumgürtel. You can see it also with the company SBRS, which is probably at the end of the year becoming part of Shell, with their charging solutions for e-mobility fleets of buses, trucks, and even ships in Kiel. And what we are doing when we are trying to help the companies becoming front runners, going to the first steps towards the transformation towards circular economy, we look at the different R strategies, and we found out that they have a potential in the fields of refurbishment and repair. And they found out that about 25% of the product components they have are potentially reusable. It's not always allowed in the financing conditions of some funding schemes. And they also learned something about changing their product design. But one main aim was then to really implement reverse logistics to get these 25% of the product components back, and then to do some refurbishment of it and use it again in new charging solutions. Now, there will be a rollout of many charging solutions in Germany and in Europe, and this goes step by step, and we should think about the whole cycle, about closing the loop from the beginning. And here the mindset of the top management was a decisive driver. Mr. Nama, the manager of it, he had already a strong attitude towards climate neutrality. And so he was asking our university, how can we become more climate neutral? And then we came to this circular economy topic and to find there the solutions. Another driver are further contextual factors like corporate culture and experiences. which are already there in the companies. And one company we have worked with is Nobilia. They make kitchen furniture they produce. And here, this company already has implemented some Blue Angel labeling for their front, for the furniture fronts. They had already some further implementation of sustainability steps. And so there was already some corporate culture to become sustainable. And this is where we could build up on it. And here they try to now to increase the recycled content of kitchens by cooperation with selected suppliers. And they had one difficulty there. They need to analyze the proportion of the recyclates, of the secondary materials that are delivered by their suppliers, and there was a model procedure they were testing with their suppliers then in order, at least first for one part of the kitchen furnitures, to get more recycled content in it, in these kitchen furnitures, and then go a step further with other kitchen furnitures. So we are already in the context of the next driver, the integration of stakeholders in the value chain. Nobilia integrated their suppliers, and the company Ratai, they integrated their customers. And we learned this morning already, we cannot look at single companies, we have to look at the whole life cycle, at the whole loop to really achieve something. And they are producing corrugated stainless steel hoses. And if you look at these steel hoses in this picture, you see that they have flanges and fittings. And the hoses themselves, they have to be, they are destroyed after use of 12 to 36 months. So what have been done before was when they couldn't be used anymore, these steel hoses, they were shredded, and then we had a downcycling. But now, with this one customer, they started a system, a return system, at least for 50 to 60% of the hoses, where the flanges and fittings can still be used. And so they get it back. They can really use these flanges and fittings and can save 4.6 tons of stainless steel per year, and which is about 21 tons of CO2 emission reductions per year. This seems to be small, but this is only the first steps with one customer, and they have several customers, international customers, so they want to expand this in the future, and then this can really matter, and there can be much more steel savings there and emission reductions, so with the integration of stakeholders in the value chain. The last driver I would like to tell you about are market developments. Of course, market pressure can be a driver to become a front runner. For example, if customer demands something, and here we have a cooperation with Venti Oelde. They produce air technology like dust collection, process cleaning plants, and they had several air strategies where they could do something from rethinking the product concept, about refurbishment, we spoke about recycling aspects, but the rethink aspect is to find a product service system, a pay-performance contract, which reduces the capex of the furniture industry customers and of the cement industry customers. There was a demand by these customers to reduce the capex and to have such a product service system instead of just selling a product. So here there came a little bit of pressure from the market, and we see it also with other companies where OEMs ask their suppliers to become climate neutral in the future. The pressure is not so much so far, but it can increase in the future. So these were 4 examples of companies we are working with. We are trying to support them with a 4-step procedure to get the first steps. Many of these companies don't know where there are potentials for circular economy in their companies. They have to explain them what circular economy is about. So awareness rising and giving some inputs is always the first step. Then we have a circularity matrix, which helps the companies to identify the fields of action where they have the largest potentials. And based on this, there can be the possibility to have circularity workshops, but many companies already say, oh, we can do it now alone, or we have already a connection with within our network we have. We have the efficiency agency of North Rhine-Westphalia, which can give advice and give links to consultants who can give more detailed help to them to implement something, or we do circularity workshops to develop the activities and measures, and then can provide them with further support, for example, support regarding financing problems and so on. What's really essential there is the personal communication, the good practice examples we can give them, and the helpful tools like the circularity matrix to really develop something, to implement something, and to become then a front runner. So to conclude, I think Henning Wills was very right to say we need more responsibility of the producers. We need requirements like specific shares of secondary materials, and we have good experience with Eco-Design Directive, where we can already have such requirements today. The regulatory pressure might increase in the future. These SMEs, they haven't heard about any regulatory approaches yet, so they don't feel it yet, and the absence of such regulatory approaches which will really be a move forward. Important drivers are, of course, the mindset of the top management, the contextual factors in the company, integration of stakeholders, further market developments, and we often spoke just about the big companies. The smaller SMEs here in the region, they need really support for these first steps and to become a front runner, and not only to be a snail, but maybe even to run faster. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Some really good experience and some thoughts about how to get not just a set of individual front runners, but maybe a whole army of front runners moving forwards. Our final example, and then I'm going to draw everyone up, and if you've got questions for our panel, you can ask them. I've also got some thoughts I'd like to put to them. But our final contribution in terms of front runners comes from Montreal, awarded the 2024 Circular Economy Hotspot accolade, along with 3 others. But there's some really exciting work been going on in Montreal, particularly around a circular economy strategy. And I'm delighted to be joined all the way from Montreal. You must tell us what time it is in the morning, by Natasha Beauchesne, who's from the city of Montreal. Good night to you. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good evening. Brilliant. Natasha, you're with us. You are joined here live by Jordi Pascal, who's the lead of the cities program, Circular Economy. We've been taking good care of him, so you'll be pleased. And I think between you, you've just got a double act of showing how you are driving circular economy forward in the Montreal context. So great to have you with us, and over to you.
Hi, I'm very happy to be with you today. I would have loved to be there in person, but it's 6:30 a.m. this morning, so I'm all fresh and ready to speak with you today and to share with you how Montreal intends to accelerate the deployment of the circular economy as part of its fight against climate change and also its desire of ecological transition. I would like to thank Circular Economy Hotspot for the invitation, but also Jordi from Circular Economy to share this intervention with me, and also all the team of Circular Economy that work with us on the project, especially Claudia Alessio. We have worked with Circular Economy on a city scan to help Montreal identify circular opportunities and to draw up a first baseline assessment of circularity in sectors of interest. But before really getting to the heart of the matter, I would like to share with you more a bit about our vision as a city and our approach in Montreal to accelerate the circular transition. Next slide, please. Montreal has, like many other jurisdictions, set ambitious environmental goals. Among others, we have the zero waste in 2030 and also to being neutral in 2050. All of our plans and strategies are aligned to those big goals. We are convinced that circular economy could also help us get there. So that's why in Montreal, if you want to know what we're doing, one of the things that we do is that it's the economic development departments that drive the circular economy in Montreal. It is, next slide please. It is supported by environmental, procurement, and property management department also amongst others. But why is it the economic development? First, it's because it is a strong, really strong signal that the business community is ready to accelerate the transition, and the economic prosperity can only be achieved by also paying attention to social and environmental issues. Secondly, because as all you have experienced, the pandemic has highlighted supply issues in particular. So to transform our economy, we really need to do that through local production, and especially with the materials that are already in circulation on our territory. Those are very big opportunities. And thirdly, it's because in addition to all the environmental value that have the circular economy add, the value that the circular economy can add to GDP is also very significant. And just for a little example, in Montreal, food waste is estimated at $3.4 billion a year. So it's almost 5% of our GDP. And according to various sources, more than 1.1 billion of this waste could be avoided. So it could be reinvested in our GDP. So it's just a small fraction of all the materials that we use, and that could add to our GDP. Next slide. So the first analysis of Montreal circularity that we did with Circular Economy, it's a first concrete step really to develop towards the first circular economy roadmap for Montreal that we want to launch in 2023. So we use this roadmap as a way to reinforce the multitude of actions that are already on the way, while providing tools and setting a clear objective for ourselves, but also providing means for our ambitions to all the stakeholders that they can help, because we don't have, as a city, enough, we have limited financial, but also human resources to address all those issues that we want to work on. So we really need to work in collaboration with all the stakeholders. We are lucky because we are already an active network of businesses in Montreal who come together and to work towards circular economy, and we want to capitalize on it. So to accelerate the development of the circular economy, we have developed a three-part strategy. First, like I just said, we want to develop and implement a circular economy roadmap to mobilize all stakeholders around common objectives and alignments. We also, as a city and as the Economic Development Department, want to support the ecosystem in its transition. We don't want to wait for the roadmap to be established, everything. We want to act now and stimulate projects. And we also need, thirdly, to ensure adequate and available funding for circular projects. So we can just do that if we lead by example. We have, as the city, we have taken several actions to promote the circular economy through our Montreal 2030 strategic vision plan. We have committed, the city has committed its entire administration to embedding the circular economy in its action plans and programs. But we already have started the work. Like, for example, the city, we are a major client. We purchase more than $3 billion a year. So we can really change the market. That's why we are working to include more of circularity in our procurement. We have a new policy that will come in place, and that has integrated circularity. But we also do that on our activities, projects, and everything. For example, we would prefer deconstruction rather than traditional demolition. Or one of the projects that we love is the recovery of thousands of tons. Like I said, 1,000, but it's like more than 300,000 tons of materials during only the development phase of the Frederick Bach Park. And this is a really big project in Montreal. It's the bold transformation of a former limestone quarry, then used as a landfill, and that will become the largest park in Montreal. So those are just a few that we do. And we also need, as the previous person was saying, we also need to know and mobilize the ecosystem. It's very important. We need to work all together. So we have some levers as a city to help the ecosystem. We can set up programs, we can launch call for projects, offer support to businesses. So we really want to allow the circular economy sector to develop oneself. So for example, we support, as a city, we support Synergie Montréal. It's an industrial symbiosis on the island of Montreal. And the support of Synergie Montreal to companies in the agglomeration, it's really important to help them readjust their business model in order to adopt circular economy strategies. And in less than 4 years, Synergie Montréal was able to support more than 1,300 companies and identify more than 1,200 potential synergies. So that's one of the examples. We also work on regulation. Last summer, we have adopted the regulation promoting the circular economy, in particular in plastic or in energy in large buildings. But this is only the beginning. We are currently conducted a study to identify the best regulatory levers to put in place. And I think that food waste should be one that will be adopted soon also. And all I've said is really well and good, but it requires major investment to promote the transition. And city, we don't have the means to finance all that on our own. So we really must rely on the private sector. So that's why we have collaborated with Fondation and Recycle Québec. Fondation is a private fund in Quebec to launch the first circular economy fund last year in Canada. So we launched this with them, and it benefits from a capitalization of $30 million. So that's just one of the things that we did. We also launched a call for proposal for social economy, and we grant $1 million to 2 projects that will help close the value chain in the textile and construction sectors. So these are just a few examples of action. As you can see, the circular transition is well on the way in Montreal, but we can go further, and that's why we work with Circular Economy, with their city scan to really identify the opportunities for our future roadmap, and Jordi will explain more to you. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Natasha. And hello, everyone. On behalf of Circular Economy, I will be presenting the preliminary results for the first time of this study that we did for the city of Montreal. And this is the baseline assessment of circularity of the city. Indeed. And this is because, as Natasha was saying, Montreal is a front runner, and they are pioneers in North America in terms of circularity. And not only because of the city, which is already doing a lot, but also because the businesses, communities, and NGOs are also doing a lot of work on the ground in Montreal. And as Natasha has explained, what we did for Montreal is what we call the city scan, which normally has 4 phases, but in the case of Montreal, we focused on 2 specific phases. The material flow analysis, to understand how resources are consumed and disposed in the city, and to then inform the strategies and opportunities to increase circularity in Montreal, and to inform the circular economy roadmap that Montreal will be developing in 2023. They are already working on it. Whoops. And we decided to focus on 4 main sectors that have the highest impact in Montreal: the food system, the built environment, mobility, and textiles. And these were the ones that we assessed were, the sweet spots to start the transition towards the circular economy. And now I will present to you the analysis that we did for each of them with the key results from these different focus areas. We'll start with the food system. This is the analysis. This is the material flow analysis we did for the food sector. It's a very complex system, such as the other ones, but don't get afraid about this complexity. This is just showing how materials flow from the input, so consumption, all the way from imports and domestic extraction to processing till the point of waste, of consumption, and then waste disposal with the different treatments. And from this analysis, we extracted 3 main opportunities or impacts to increase circularity in the food system in Montreal. The first one, consume less high-impact food. For instance, if you see, meat is one of the highest consumed products in Montreal. The second one, improving food waste collection in order to improve and increase the high-value recycling, organic treatment of food waste in the city, but also redistributing the food within the system instead of just throwing it away. And then the third one, reduce industrial food waste, or food loss, we call it, in the processing of food, just in the middle of this MFA, of this visual. Then if we go into the built environment, another very complex system, as you can see, here we just see all the construction activities happening for construction of houses, infrastructure, offices, open spaces in the city of Montreal for a given year, all the resources that are consumed, and again, waste being generated. 3 main opportunities here. The first one, prioritizing the use of secondary and bio-based materials instead of using minerals and chemicals such as cement, asphalt in the construction of new buildings. Then looking at the stock of buildings, because we many times focus on the consumption side or the waste side, but what about the buildings that are already there? Let's upgrade and repurpose current buildings that are in the building stock. And then finally, upscaling the high value added recycling of the waste being generated from construction and demolition, because as you can see on the bottom right, only 27% is being recycled currently. So there is a lot of space for improvement. Then we have textiles, another very complex system that we try to capture in this visual, looking at consumer textiles, industrial textiles, and textile waste again. Follows a very similar logic, very different actors, very different materials, technologies, systems. And we identified 3 main opportunities here. The first one, increasing recycling capacity. Again, you can see on the bottom right that recycling is still it's still small compared to other treatments such as landfilling or disposal and other type of treatments. And also there is a lot of improvement in textiles collection in Montreal in order to, for instance, improve the second-hand market in the city, which is still quite small compared to the demand of clothes that citizens have. And then another very important one is changing consumer habits. Maybe the most difficult one, but it's very important if you look at the consumption of textiles every year is massive. Then finally, a very tricky one from a circular economy perspective is mobility. So we looked at mobility by looking at the consumption of materials or materials needed in order to, let's say, produce all the vehicles and transportation for the citizens in Montreal. Then the use phase and the waste of end-of-life vehicles in Montreal. I won't go into details, but you can see personal vehicles, metro, bus, bicycles, the different materials needed in order to produce them. And then on the right side, you can see the end-of-life of those different vehicles in terms of, and the treatment of that waste being reused, recycled, shredded and recycled, shredded and incinerated, or landfilled. And we also looked at something quite interesting, which is the material, energy, and emission intensity per passenger and kilometer for each of these different types of transportation: personal, public, transport, and public bicycles, which really shows how much the material, energy, and emission intensity from personal vehicles is huge compared to the others. And I think that's a very nice way to put it. And from all this information, the 3 main opportunities and impacts that we identified for the mobility sector in Montreal to advance circularity were reducing material, energy, and emission intensity of cars. That's quite obvious if we see this slide. Ensuring waste management of electric vehicle batteries. If we think ahead, electrical vehicles will be at the top. They are already being in many countries in Europe. So if we do so, we need to think about the batteries, and then creating data overview of waste management, which was lacking in Montreal. And just to wrap it up, based on all these opportunities, we basically selected and identified 2 actions, very concrete recommendations and actions for each of these sectors to inform the roadmap for Montreal. And those are the ones. For food, create living labs and hubs to stimulate innovation and offer support to find industrial symbiosis solutions for the food system. So cross-sectoral solutions that can really help in increasing the reusability and recycling of food waste. And then identifying opportunities for improving the collection and measurement of food surplus and waste from industrial, commercial, and institutional establishments, because Montreal is a huge food processor in Canada. Then build environment, leverage circular procurement. I think many of you are familiar with this. Then secondly, incentivize high-value reuse and recycling of construction and demolition waste. That's another important one. If we turn to textiles, we then look into circular business ecosystem for circular fashion. That's something that's happening a lot in the UK as well. And I think it's a very interesting way to incentivize innovation, and also increasing collection, sorting, and recycling capacity for textile waste. We have seen this in the visual, and that was a very important element in order to increase circularity in the sector. And finally, mobility. Support shared mobility. That's a very smart way to make mobility a more efficient system and sector. And finally, optimizing optimized and low carbon freight and logistics system, because we only look at personal vehicles, but also logistics is crucial and very important. Also, if you think about reverse logistics for a circular economy. So those are all the actions we identified for Montreal and that will inform and are informing the development of the action plan, the roadmap for Montreal for the coming years. And I really invite you stay tuned and have a look when we will be publishing the report in the coming weeks. And also, I hope this will inspire many other cities in Europe, but globally, to follow the same steps that Montreal is now doing as a front runner, not only in North America, but also globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much indeed, and great to hear of the work that's going on in Montreal. So what this morning has proved, if nothing else, is that front runners have a lot to say, which is fantastic, because I really hope that you've been able to learn from different experiences as people tackle the challenges, set up models, approaches, tactical, strategic. If we'd had time, I'd bring people up for a little final panel, but we don't have the time, and I don't want us to be chasing our tails. But I guess one of the messages coming from this morning's session is that there are some extraordinary and interesting examples of front runners that are making the difference. Maybe one of our challenges as a movement are to amplify and share the messages from each of those front runners so that this becomes a contagion, that you're not just a front runner and doing your thing, but the world knows about you. So maybe one of the issues for us to think about is how we make those connections and amplify. On that note, in a slightly anarchic fashion, I don't know whether you've seen a guy, Alfred Vara, wandering around with a large QR code on his head or the front. There is a community being developed here which is of people wanting to connect. You could say that they are front runners really trying to connect. So if you want to, I think there's over 60 or 70 people already on that WhatsApp community. I love the fact that it sort of organically arises. If you want to connect so that this conference doesn't just last for today and yesterday, but long into future, then the cost of joining WhatsApp is a smile. So I'll leave this here and just stick your phone on here and you can join in, and already there's a community of interesting communication taking place. So that's an opportunity. This afternoon, we're going to have more parallel sessions and different workshops, and here we're going to be focusing on some of those enabling forces, those drivers of change, and exploring them in some more detail. So if you like, we hope you will join us here. We've got an hour for a nice, relaxed, purposeful break to speak to more strangers, see the exhibitions, have some refreshments. But for now, could I really offer my deep thanks to our presenters this morning, all the way from Montreal and more locally, for sharing some of the ingredients and the zeal that is coming within being a front runner. So we thank you very much indeed for your contribution, and we hope that you turn from front runner into mainstream, or maybe when you mainstream it, if you've got the charisma, the desire, become a front runner on something else. So it's like waves on the seashore. It's continually breaking with new and evolution. We can't just be a front runner that stops pedaling. Keep pedaling ahead. So my thanks very much on your behalf to all our speakers. Thank you very much. And we invite you to relax, have some refreshments. There's also refreshments in the exhibition area. And as I say, we will see you back promptly at 2 o'clock for the next round of sessions. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our session in the main hall here is just about to start. It's called Exploring Enabling Drivers for a Circular Economy Transformation. So we're going to be looking at everything from consumers to funding to tax to regulation. What are those enabling drivers and what can we learn from what is happening so far? So if you would like to join this session, we'll be starting in about 5 minutes' time. Please make your way into the seats. Thank you very much indeed. So welcome back to our main conference day of the Circular Economy Hotspot in Bottrop. We have an interesting session this afternoon. Welcome to you who are watching in live on the webcast as well, and to all of you who are joining us here in the room. So, all the way through, we are trying to understand what can enable the transition to circularity to take place at pace and at scale. I can't pretend in this session we're going to find all the answers, but I hope we're going to hear some more insights about different drivers, different enablers that are helping to move behavior, activity, purchasing decisions, etc. So we've got a number of speakers to offer us different perspectives, and from that we will then open up a discussion. We have slightly fewer speakers than this morning, so hopefully we can also engage you in some conversation as well. The whole of circularity is partly predicated on the fact that we have this insatiable desire to have stuff and to buy stuff. And the more stuff we want, the faster the hamster wheel seems to go round of purchasing all the rest of it. And the interesting thing is, what role do consumers play, both in determining what they want to purchase, and that might determine a shift towards circularity. There are also bigger issues as are we forever feeding this consumption habit that we have acquired in the 20th century and taken into the 21st century. Well, someone who has been working on this area of activity for quite a while is with us. I'm delighted this afternoon that we're joined by Michael Kunt, who's Executive Director of the Collaborating Centre on Sustainable Consumption and Production. He's been involved in looking at the whole issue of consumers and their behaviours, etc., for quite a long time, and particularly looking at the whole strategy development for sustainable supply chains in the circular economy, and looking at sustainable lifestyles as well. So, Michael, it's great to have you with us, and we hope there might be some... And we hope there might be some fresh insights coming about this vexed and fascinating world of the 6 billion consumers that we have on this planet, including probably you and I.
I guess so. But Peter, before you leave, may I ask you also a question? How many mobile phones do you have at home in your drawer?
I confess that I have 2.
2? And they last there for long already, or?
Yeah, they have taken up household status there.
Household status, okay.
Because I believed that they had a value and I should send them somewhere, right, but then I looked on a website and it was so complicated.
Okay.
I thought, I'll make the decision tomorrow.
Oh,
And 7 years later, I'm still waiting to make that decision. Life somehow has intervened.
Yes,
So mea culpa.
Yes, you're a perfect consumer almost. And good afternoon. I'm Michael, as already said. And I'm leading an organization which looks on production and consumption, but actually today I like to look more from the consumption perspective on circularity. I was guessing that this topic maybe has not been yet covered. So maybe the same question, it's after lunch. I would like to engage you a little bit, digesting your food. So maybe just the same question. Can you just lift up your hand and show a number, like 2, 3, of mobile phones collectively in your family you might have in different drawers? What would you say? Is there one, not used of course, I don't mean the one which you're using, but how many do you think you have in your family? 2, 1, 2, 4, 3, okay. Quite some, I would say, and probably that explains a little bit where we are towards circularity. And that's what I would like to look with you on. Actually, how do we involve the consumers in circularity? How do we make it relevant for them? How do we actually change behavior that I feel giving back my stuff is relevant to me, or being part of recycling, or maybe that I get involved into a different business model like leasing a phone and really returning the phone over time. I have another question to you. Maybe let's look how many have bought a used phone. You know, you can either buy, of course, a brand new one, or you can buy a used one. So how many people have bought a used phone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. Quite some people haven't yet. And last question to you before I go on, how many people have ever repaired themselves their mobile phone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so probably if I look on the empirical base on this, this is still quite a few and still a number of people host their mobile phone at home. And if you look into studies which are out there, you will see basically the same finding. 80% of the Germans over 14 have at least one phone at home. That makes 46 million phones just in Germany. And then if you look on, well, we have quite some phones sold in 2019. Only 15% are used. And still we are talking, and I guess we have also talked this morning about the scaling up circularity. So there's a potential, I would say, on both sides. And then also almost 80% of the European consumer have never repaired a broken phone for many reasons. You have seen maybe those telephones with spider webs, mobile phones, and for years or maybe for a certain period they are not repaired. And of course, sometimes you also feel it's quite costly repairing just the screen maybe of this phone, or you have a phone which is almost not repairable. That's probably more the past. So how do we, if we know all this, how do we engage consumers? And are consumer the weak link? Are we needing to reach out throughout the value chain, bringing manufacturers, designers, retailers on board to engage consumers? And I think it's the second one, but let's first dive a little bit deeper about how rational or irrational we are. And probably you know yourself, Peter just told it, it's become, his phone is already part of his household. So we are not giving away this coffee cup somewhere hosted. Usually it happens relatively quickly that the second coffee cup is coming there. You will also see this here with the catering. If somebody puts his plate somewhere, it doesn't take long and there is another plate coming up. The same with the key locks here. If you have seen those bridges, so people tend to have social norms, tend to engage into certain activities. Or, you know, maybe your own morning activities in the morning, if the alarm clock is up, depend on what type of person you are, but maybe people hit the alarm clock to have another round of sleep. Even you know, well, you have to get up early. Or if you look on the judges, actually, they tend to have much more severe judgments and more strict judgments before lunch than after lunch. So watch out if you have a judge after lunch. That might be the better way of dealing with whatever you have to deal with. Of course, we can apply the same also to circular economy. We can look into, are we designing things, textiles, phones, packaging, because we think humans are rational? Or as we just heard and just found, and probably we are part of this irrational situation, just going shopping, you know, we have to, in our busy life, we have maybe also now to deal with bringing back stuff. And in a time also where I should remember I bought this device 2 years ago, or maybe I bought a kitchen sometime, and now I need to remember where to bring back the kitchen and who is taking back the kitchen. And in the meantime, nobody talked to me about it. Same on the mobile phone. Have you received an invitation from your service provider to bring back your phone? Have you received information what happens to the data on your mobile phone? How secure would you feel? And then we tell also a lot of stories about please engage in climate change, please engage in those issues like resource scarcity. But often consumers are left alone and they don't know what to do at which point in time of life. Or if we expect consumers, and this question also showed on repair, to repair stuff, and you find, and you have seen this on refrigerator, on maybe your favorite oven, it's much more expensive to repair the stuff than buying a new one. This is, of course, also disencouraging. And you wouldn't get consumers buying into circularity. Or what about those social trends? The social trends are there still, buy a new phone, have the latest gadget there. The trend is not yet the social norm, buy a used one. It's maybe slightly changing over time, and there are signals of hope, but let's keep this in mind as well. So how do we enable people if we know all this background, the narrative, and there are just bits and pieces, of course, of how we are. So how can we think about circularity instead of just bringing information, but really, and calls of action, but really going deeper and asking, how can we make it easier? How can we feel, or make it more feel normal to be part of bringing back stuff? How can we change the language from consumer to user for a certain period of time? How can we make it fun and relevant? How can we make it feel included so you're part of a group moving there? And you will see an experiment we have done later on where we created those groups. And yes, behavior is changing if we are part of a group. If we are alone, left with our all insights, might be difficult. But you can also start a little movement in your family, and maybe your kids are actually starting already the movement at your coffee table. How can we tap into existing values we have and we can execute while being more on the circular behavior? And which groups do we want to target, when and where, if you come in from maybe also the business perspective? The CCP has been, since 2018, chasing this topic also at the European Commission as being a member of the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, a network of the network, and their Frank is there, and he's just saying, great. So he's the lead, actually, currently, of the platform. And that was also energy we spent in order to look maybe into the Circular Economy Action Plan of the European Commission, understanding the Sustainable Product Initiative, if the consumer is valued there, if the consumer is part of the agenda. If we see it as a more technical problem, being circular, or if we also see it as a social issue, a social movement, like I think we moved away in the climate change agenda, also from being more technical and having a more technical discussion, by now having really trying to set up social movements around it. And we have done, as part of this platform, and we called it Consumer Insight Action Panel, because we wanted to get consumer insights, and then somebody, also the consumer, but many other people, should take action. And we have done a number of experiments. You will find those on the Consumer Insight Action Panel website. But I just wanted to bring you one because it showcased sometimes how simple things are. We did one experiment with Renas. This is the Norwegian waste utility company, quite big in Norway. And we discussed all those topics with the waste utility companies, as we discuss it now with a number of other waste utility companies, because they have a mandate anyhow to reach out to the consumers. But they said, well, we have the same problem, we don't get back the mobile phones, but let's change where we asked for it. Let's go maybe to selected employees, selected companies, and ask them to say and tell a story. So we went out to an insurance company, and within the insurance company, actually, there were almost 1,000 people which we approached, and we approached them with a free shipping bag, giving back their mobile phone. And the message was coming actually from the employer, not from the waste utility company, which people might not know. We also set up a platform where you have to register if you get back your phone, with certain ideas behind why we have this double infrastructure, an analog one with a shipping bag, but also a digital one where you register. And why did we do this? And this is part of the learnings already. First of all, we reached out to 378 people bringing back their phone. That is quite a remarkable number. So we would have reached out maybe to Peter, if he would work in an insurance company, which he doesn't, but if so, maybe bringing back his two phones after storing them for quite some time. And why so? Because there was a feeling of trust, there was a feeling of being part of a group, there was a social norm, there was communication around this topic. We showed every week how many mobile phones were sent back. We gave a little award around it as well, but we also gave a certificate. The most important thing for those people who joined the whole arena and the action was feeling safe about what happens to the data, which I still might have, even so I pressed the reset button on my mobile phone, but there still might be somewhere data I don't want to share with anyone on this planet. And we had the company in the background taking care of it, and they sent an individualized certificate to the consumer. And this story started small, and then people talked about it, and it became a bigger and bigger movement in the organization. We're now testing similar things on textiles, on packaging, in other organizations, just trying to see what would work and what doesn't work. And maybe also you can think about a stakeholder in your city, in your local region, taking care of those type of trust-building activities. All those learnings we are currently putting together in a circular economy, we call it. That's the current setup. And we understood the reuse behavior needs other backgrounds than a repair behavior. I just told a reuse story almost, or a collection story in this way. But we also had actually phones where we could show that we can reuse them. I forgot to say this. In the previous example, we had 200 phones that could be reused. So they were not too old to be put back on the market. And we signed an agreement with the retailer, and they put it back. And again, the story was told on this platform, and that made people quite confident about it. So probably we need to separate this all out. What is the recycling behavior if you just dump somewhere? What is your refurbishment behavior, and how can we encourage this? And you see here, and that's what we are thinking about, what are the skills for citizen, for me as a consumer, but also what are the skills along the whole value chain I need, retailer, designer, manufacturer, in order to engage the consumer. And which stories do I have to tell at which time of life? We had this morning also the example of the kitchen. If the kitchen provider sells you the kitchen, but you never hear back except certain service steps on your kitchen, and the recycling story is never told to you in a later phase, maybe 5 years after you have bought the kitchen, or if maybe you are owning the flat and you sell the kitchen also to the next owner, and nobody told you, well, maybe the next owner might have its own taste, but it's very simple to upgrade the kitchen, and here the company I bought the kitchen from might help you on this journey, even might set up the kitchen in a different way. So there are more services, opportunities, I guess, than we think about. And that leads to my last slide already. This whole session is about enabling. Who can enable? And you see on this picture the whole radar of different type of stakeholder. And I like this slide still, even so we had this also in the morning, because that shows we also had the complexity. We have tried to give this consumer insights into different value chains. As I said, we do some experiments on textiles, and we are then trying to bring together the whole value chain on textiles manufacturing those products. And by the way, if we bring a club together, that's just one value chain, we might end up to 20 to 40 stakeholders sitting on one table, trying to think this through, how can we be more circular? And we also found it takes a long time that they align, that they come together on the data flows, on the trust building level, because you don't have competitors sitting there, but you have eager guys not wanting to share their information. And that's probably one of the biggest barriers still. It's the trust that needs to be built in order to tell the right story and the real truth in order to be really circular. And there we inject a lot of knowledge about consumers. And often we tend also to bring the retailers on board. They're sitting in the middle if we look on consumer products. And by now they have understood, well, we have to play a quite active role. With one of the biggest German electronic retailer, we are now starting a circularity story in the store, on the products, in after sales. We are trying to make circularity from being a little bit shabby, just dumping your product somewhere, to being very fashionable. We are starting up a little cafe in those retailer stores, telling a story, showing on the display what might happen to your toaster or mobile phone, in order, again, to engage consumer on this. And also retailers are now starting to understand, well, maybe we have to work even together with the designers very early on in order to make the product in a way repairable. And one of these electronic retailers also said, well, our vision is, in 2030, 50% of our products sold on our shelf are used stuff. Imagine, you know, the big retailers maybe in Germany, and there are just two, almost with the same name, the really big one. And if they would really sell 50% of their stuff used. And of course, with this, they need to engage the consumers. With this, they need to build partnerships with local waste utility companies, which they haven't done before. Because suddenly they're eager to get also back the mobile phone, which ends up in the local shelf or drawer in the waste utility club. And then you see a lot of further enabler. For our story, as I said before, this NGO giving the certificates that the data was taken away from the mobile phone in a safe way, and now it's really safe, there's no data left, was the key influencer for the consumer to engage into this. But maybe we need also to set up on data sharing to the consumer, new type of partnerships between business and NGOs doing this type of certificates. And last one, maybe on the policy side, I don't know if you followed this. We have talked lately to the biggest online retailer, which is out there globally. And if you see what they are doing currently, they are setting up these partnerships in France with all the local utility companies because they want to get back the stuff. They are also now really interested into the repairability index in France because they see already in the French market online, people tend, like what we saw before on a refrigerator with A, B, C, D, E class, they tend to buy products more with a higher repairability index. So there also policymaker can play a role, and I think in total, probably also in the discussion later on the floor, quite some factors to bring them together, puzzle pieces from trust to certificates to trying to get the policy framework right. And I think the French example is a great one because it really works. You see already that non-repairable products are getting out of the market. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion later on.
Peter, thank you very much. Some very important insights around what goes on in consumers' heads and how we might connect more effectively with them. Moving on, I'm delighted to welcome Peter Jans to the platform. He's Managing Director of Effizienzagentur, which is a consulting services organization very much trying to encourage companies to implement resource efficiency measures. So you will be very familiar with some of the enablers that help these companies think, oh, we should do something better. So Peter, great to have you with us.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for the introduction. And yes, this is a problem. The problem is that the change in the economy is only possible when the entrepreneurs are in movement, when they go to new aims and they go new ways to find a solution for the problems today. Yes, I will begin, normally I do it at the end, I present our agency and then I will give some highlights to our work. And the efficiency, or the Effizienzagentur, NRW, is founded in 1998 by the Ministry of Environmental Protection in a kind of a public-private partnership. And we are located in Duisburg-Ruhrort, and in the morning we heard something about Ruhrort, about the Urban Zero initiative in part of the city Duisburg. And this will start it yet. And so I think, Peter, when you called in the morning, the NRW is then the epicenter for the circular economy. One epicenter is Duisburg, or the Emscher Valley, I will call it, when we look what we do in Duisburg, in Gelsenkirchen, in Herne, in Dortmund. We show something in the afternoon, what's happened by the entrepreneurs, by the companies in the universities along the Emscher Valley. The Effizienzagentur had a part for the resource efficiency consulting and the financing consulting. It's very important to show the companies where the possibilities to do something. 33 experts in 8 offices around about the state working directly by the companies to show, to inform the companies and to look what is up. And so we show the companies the advantage when they have more effort by resource efficiency management. Yes. The argumentation by us is look when we talk to the companies, to the entrepreneur, what are the costs in the company? And the main cost, you see it here, is a material cost. When you have a product, okay, you have something for human resources, but these are only an average of the cost. Also in a metal smelting company, there are around about energy around from 30%. By paper production is at 40%, but in the average is 2% for energy. But okay, in the last months, this rate go up and up, but also the materials are expensive. And so it's a balance the same as like before. And you see the biggest part is the material, and we show the entrepreneurs to look what can you do to reduce the cost. And by the reducing of the cost, you have also advantage for the environmental and also for the climate. Okay, yes. And this is our approach, that we want to implement something new technologies in the economy. Our first task is to inform the small and sized enterprises. The small and medium-sized enterprises is a problem. You have to build up a contact with the entrepreneur, and you have to look what can we do together, not only to inform and you do some things, and we work together. And this is an advantage for the Effizienzagentur. We are independent by financing by the Ministry of Environmental Protection, so we can talk about everything without any problem. In the next step, we're looking and we support the companies that want to gain transparency in the production or in the product. What is the carbon footprint of my product? What is the resource efficiency rate in my production? And in this context, we offer in the development of sustainable products, in the optimization of production process, but also in the development of new circular business models. The experience from our around about 6,000 projects we realized in the last 20 years. And you see in the first part that we realized by the year 240 projects. Okay, thank you. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay. I think first it was a ghost, very silence beside me, thank you. Good. The consulting project, also to create the plan, is carried out by freely selectable external consultants from North Rhine-Westphalia or from Germany, from wherever do you want. 50% of the costs are subsidized by the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, and 50% are by the companies. And the Effizienzagentur, there is no cost for the company. But we cook independent on the development of this project, and we bring in our experience from a lot of other projects we realized in the last years. But the problem is when you have a plan about 30 pages, you know what can we do, but how can we do it? And the problem is, Henning said in the morning, he called it the lacking technologies and lacking investment. Also, we have too low rate of investment, new investment in the companies. And this time is also very heavy for the companies, for the entrepreneurs to show what can we do today that is the right decision for the future. It's a lot of change in the area around about the companies, and this is a problem. But we can discuss with entrepreneurs and can look what we can do and what we think, and we're looking for a solution, and we can help the companies to find the financing by our financial consulting to realize the investment. For example, for using suitable the public funding program by the state or by the EU to realize the investment with cost by the department which carry out 30 or 40% of the investment cost. Yes, and when this loop will successful finish, the company started the loop new without us. They know the method and can do it alone without the Effizienzagentur, and we can go to the next company. And we don't only look to the products, we are looking to the production, and we look more and more to the business models. And by the way, we have in the first years of the Effizienzagentur, we look only on the production of the iron one company. And we look local to create a green production. But it's not enough. And then we look on the products and to create green products. But it's also not enough, then, because green products and green production is not the solution for our problems today. And so we go step by step along the value chain to looking what can we do to optimize the value chain. And so we created a new method to support the companies by the circular economy thinking. And you see it here presented by the value hill. It's now our creation. It's in the MacArthur Allen Stiftung. I don't know it exactly. But that we show we create a product and we have using. And after using, it's not good when the value of this product go down and it's waste and we can combust it or we pack it on a dump or something more. We have to use it by reselling, by refurbishment, by recycling, by repairing to conserve the value of the financial value and the function of the material or of the product, to conserve the function and to reusing. Michael showed it before in some example for the electronic parts, for example, the mobiles or for computers. But there are a lot of more what we can do by recycling and refurbishment. One example I have on my presentation, it's this year a product from, it's called Blue Lavage from the company UTK Solution from Lüdenscheid, located in the deep forest in Lüdenscheid, called, yes, by the Sauerland. And this company produced about 24 years products for the medical area. And this innovation is, this is instrument to clean up the cut by clinical operations, by pumping down the liquids in the wound, and you go with a sword in the wound and pump it up, and the black part is the pump. And after the operation, normally, this all go to the waste. Incineration. Finished. And now it creates a company a new solution. It's realized it, that you can, after the operation, can open this machine and you can, with a little finger, pull over the motor, the black part, out of this part, and you can select the motor pump separately and bring back to the company, and the white, the parts, white and for the liquid transfer, go down in the waste. But the motor and the pump you can reuse by 150 times more, and that shows that there's a possibility not only to reduce the waste and reduce the material cost, it's also a new business model for this company to realize it together with companies in the medical areas to have a better cooperation, and not only a supplier for the machine, he is also the cooperation partner to refreshing these machines. So the last, okay. And we have now the idea how we can realize it, that we bring these ideas in the companies and the entrepreneurs and to the designers and something more to realize circular economy in the companies, in in the Rhine area, in Westphalia, and something more. And so we have a cooperation beginning for 2 years ago with the TU Delft, the Technical University of Delft. They develop the method Circle. Circle is a workshop to initiate something more for circular economy in the company. The workshop, we call it the German vision, which we create. The Netherlands vision is not so good for the companies here in North Rhine-Westphalia. And it's characterized by a combination of information transfer by trainers, independent work with the help of online design tools, and exchange in the group. And the Effizienzagentur took up the successful method and development and offer for companies in North Rhine-Westphalia. And in 5 tracks, we realized together with 45 companies this workshop about 5 days, 5 days by a half day online, 1 is in present. And this year, the Effizienzagentur has become the first Circle hub in Germany. Companies in NRW can now use the successful workshop over for free. And we are looking successful in the future because we have a lot of companies here in this area which create products which are able for circular economy, but it's need an input, and we want to activate this input. More information by our presentation in the neighbor hall. In this brochure, here's in English all information about our products and the cooperation with partners. Here's something I'll tell you. Find it in the Veranstaltung here today. And yes, thank you very much.
Peter, thank you very much, and a very interesting example of really getting inside and alongside companies with expertise and support all the way through. Our third example, just to stimulate our thoughts about enablers, delighted to be joined by Bernd Meyer, who's General Manager of Zenit, and they very much, again, help and support small companies, particularly in terms of access to finance for their transition. So, Bernd, great to have you with us, and good to hear just 1 or 2 thoughts from you about enablers of transformation.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon. First, I have to excuse my colleague, Dr. Carsten Lemke. Due to Corona, he's not able to join this event. And I was informed to give this presentation yesterday, so I didn't have the time to change the presentation, so sorry for this. And I have to improvise, but maybe it's the right way to engage you for a real discussion. I really would like to discuss it and answer your question. The main thesis I would like to discuss is we don't suffer from a lack of public money. There are huge opportunities, a lot of programs coming into question, but only from a theoretical theoretical point of view. Don't trust the headline, you have to check the footnote, whether it's really feasible, it's the idea and the program, if there's a match. And this is, I would like to discuss. Funding programs become more and more kind of scientific, and I'm a funding expert, but it's a pity because you need some expert knowledge to get the money. First of all, I would like to introduce Zenit. It's similar to what Peter has said. We are also a public-private partnership. It's a company. We belong to the regional government of North Rhine-Westphalia, but also to SMEs, to companies, and also to banks. We have more than 60 people, and we were established in 1944. The most important project is called the Enterprise Europe Network. It's a European network, and it's the largest network to support small and medium enterprise, SMEs. And The circular economy is a cross-cutting issue, and we come from the innovation point of view, but we can match it. I'm not an expert in circular economy, but I know how the funding program works and what is needed to apply for the funding, and my colleague as well. But just some figures about the Enterprise Europe network. It's a European network also with some location abroad in America or in Asia. It is organized at the regional level, and we are responsible for North Rhine-Westphalia. We work in a network, we can cooperate, and we can also signpost to the relevant partners. In North Rhine-Westphalia, Zenit, as well as the NRW Bank, it's a funding bank of the federal state, we organize this network, and our ambition or idea is to give one-stop shop to the SMEs. It doesn't matter if it's coming from the circular economy, from the machinery, or from the digitalization branches. It doesn't matter. We are broad, and we are not expert in a special topic. We are generalists, and we work, as I said, in a network. We provide information about funding programs, especially access to finance. We also do some partnering in terms of technology and business cooperation, and of course we provide innovation services, helping the companies to develop the business model and to develop a strategy how to reach the market. As I said before, the circular economy is a cross-cutting issue. There are so many programs, the water, the air, maybe the digitalization. It's all possible, and I just want to, I give you the whole picture. I think it's easier, because I wouldn't explain all the programs in detail. It wouldn't make sense. But there's a huge program calling Horizon Europe, which is the European program for innovation and research. And within this program, there's the circular economy is a topic, as I said before, because it's a cross-cutting issue, a cross-cutting topic. Other programs like, for example, LIFE or EFRE. LIFE is a very specialized program for, how can I say, for the Schutz, for the protection of the nature. Thanks, and also some, maybe you know, the regional programs coming from the Europe, which are organized at the European level and adapted at the regional level, like the EFRE or the JTE. I just want to give you an idea where you can look, or where we can check whether your idea is applicable. Maybe you know the huge program, the Horizon Europe. There are 3 pillars, and they are, I think the most important point for today is the pillar 2, in which the global challenges are elaborated, and you see the climate, energy, and mobility, but also the food or bioeconomy are topics in this pillar, and they also address the circular economy. It's obvious, I think. Then, within all these programs or political ideas, there are very specific papers and initiatives. For example, the Circular Economy Action Plan developed by the European Commission. And I think there are a lot of papers, recommendations. Everybody knows how important the circular economy is. And it is, maybe I think it's not a hype, but in a lot of programs, the basic idea of the circular economy is integrated. So you can use this program, you can apply for this, But you have to know the political ideas behind this. But it's all available. It's not necessary to be an expert, but you have to understand what is needed and why it is needed. Okay. The Horizon Europe works with calls. They are also available at the tender portal. Normally, there's a working program which is also published and which is available. You can check whether the topics defined in the working program are the same or offers an opportunity to match or to apply for this instrument. There are some specific instruments like research and innovation actions, but also innovation action. I would say it doesn't matter to know or to explain the details here. If you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. And also, like Zenit is a regional agency, but there is also some support infrastructure in Germany and in Europe. They are called the National Contact Point. They are also give advice to the applicants. You don't have to pay them. Even Zenit, we are a company in this part. You don't have to pay us. It's similar to the efficiency agency. But also the National Contact Point are free, and they are really good in, how would I say, to find the right door and to check whether it makes sense to apply for funding. Another program, maybe you know it, it's the Interreg program. It's a long-based program in Europe. It's about regional cooperation. And as I said before, this program is well established, and the circular economy has become a part of the topics. It's possible to define projects within this program, which I don't know exists more than 30 years, I don't know, but probably 30 years. I wouldn't go in details, just check the headlines and ask us or the national contact points whether an idea is relevant to apply within, for example, Interreg A. Yeah? You have to consider the specific rules. That is just an example of a project in which Zenit is involved. We applied for a project within the Interreg program and organized a small pitch in the field of circular economy, in the field of collecting waste paper. It's similar. There's a public call. You can apply, and then you would receive an evaluation. And if you have a good idea and we had enough money, you get the money. Okay, that is I don't know where it is. The innovation investment, it's another program. It's a new program. And again, the circular economy has become a topic of this. Oh. Okay, Life Plus, I would go in detail. Just ask me, and I hope to answer your questions. Yeah, that's just what we do. I have already said it, and I think the time is running short, so I would give you the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, thank you. So I think, again, that's one of the enablers is funding support, and there are no shortage of funds available. It's just accessing and making sure it's the right one. What I'd like to do is invite my speakers straight back up onto the platform, and also I think we've got a couple of other people who can offer us a little bit of additional thought. So it's nice to be back in almost discussion mode. But wow, I'm joined by two additional contributors and thought people. So I'm just going to give a little bit of space for you for a moment. I think all the way through, we are really just exploring what are those prompts, what are those enablers of change and transition, and what could we learn from those in order to scale things up and accelerate things. And I'm joined here by Hugh Coughlin, Regional Waste Management Coordinator for the East Midlands region in Ireland. And Hugh, thank you very much for dropping in, because I know you were originally going to be on the panel, but I know that you're involved very much in policy making. And I don't want to, and I think you're developing a circular economy strategy that will work in Ireland. I don't want a full blow-by-blow account of that, but I just wonder whether there are, just for a couple of moments, a couple of insights or thoughts you are having as you develop the policy line in terms of enablers of transition to a circular economy that you might like to share with, or maybe a couple of dilemmas you'd like to share with us as well. Hugh.
Yeah, there are some dilemmas, so there's a bit of work for people here today to maybe help us, because we're in a draft plan sort of preparation stage, so still room for ideas and to help us along the way. I kind of want to preface kind of my comments. My comments are based on 30 years kind of experienced around the waste area. I would consider myself a generalist, so I've always just harnessed the expertise of others and sort of kind of kept that sort of watching brief. And I suppose the other thing as well, I suppose one thing I got from the conversations here, there was yesterday I went on one of the fantastic tours, and I just kind of want to, if there is 10 seconds, 20 seconds to say, from our perspective in Dublin, we just want to thank Bottrop for a wonderful event. It's been a real eye-opener. It's set a bar for us next year in Dublin when we host it, but also I suppose it's actually given us quite a really, really good template to work with as well. So thanks to everybody in the Bottrop team and all the people all around here who make this event work as well. But we are on a journey, I think, and that's the one thing to realize. And it's a kind of, if we call it a circular generally, it's like a running track. I don't think anybody's got to the end of the track where they're starting to lap others yet. But we're all at different stages along that journey. And I think that's where this collaboration, it's about, some of us are looking forward. I think it's incumbent upon some of us also to look backwards and look back to our colleagues who may not be as advanced, and to offer our expertise and assistance and collaboration to help them as well. Because again, until we all cross that nirvana of the finishing line, we can't say that we, collectively we've reached our position. So we're in a kind of a national, in Ireland, we produce about 14 million tons of waste annually. A lot of it is C&D, 60% of it is C&D, and then you have municipal and you have other waste streams and sludges and so forth. So our plan, we used to have 10 regions in Ireland. We got down to 3 regions, and now we're proceeding with retaining our regions but having one national plan. So then we have one policy, one national policy. We have, from the EU, we have the directives, so directives, policy, and a plan for implementation towards a circular economy. So the issues that kind of we're faced with, and actually it was interesting, some of my quick notes that I jotted down last night, the finance area came into play and the whole public interaction came into play. It was just, in terms of my experience over the last number of years. But, so the one thing is, which is, I suppose it's a no-brainer, is the fact that you need that policy framework. So, and in Ireland, we're pretty good at that. We'll, if you want a plan and you want a framework, we'll give it to you. But, the challenge is to implement it thereafter. So I think we have the right policy structure. I think we're clear, developing the plan, what we're obligated to do. What we're trying to do, though, in this plan, and this is where I would be interested in some of your thoughts now and afterwards, we're trying to go beyond, at the moment, there was mention there about the various product lines that maybe there's potential opportunity in terms of the textiles, the electronics, the ICT, furniture, high impact intermediary products and reuse and repair for those. We're trying to develop a consumption target, so waste reduction, a contamination target to reduce that, and then we're also trying to develop a reuse target and a repair target. So we're grappling with the reuse and repair. I think we have you can put in a target about you want to kind of maybe have zero waste growth, wasteless growth or something like that, but we're struggling. We have the contamination, we have an idea, we know what's in the bins, we know, we have a fair idea there. But the reuse and the repair is the difficulty for us, because the challenge for us is data isn't hectic, it isn't great at the moment. And so what we're looking at, do we take a leap of faith, work with the data we have, and try and put something out there, put a signal of our intention and that people can embrace? Or do we sort of try and have a roadmap? So that's one of the issues. And very briefly, I know you want to move on, in terms of just quick off-the-cuff issues in terms of these are potential areas where we can make the most impact. We have to grapple in terms of reuse and repair around the insurance and liability issue. People keep talking about it, but we never really cross that threshold. Exploiting the end of waste, Article 28, Article 27 byproduct, Article 24 permit exemptions. We need to make sure that we have a proper staffing and resources ourselves if we're to go out there and engage, because a huge amount of this is at the local levels with communities. So resources, finance, expertise. The social enterprises are consistently mentioned as one of the real tangible ways of being in the community and really getting to the core of what the circular economy is all about. Well, are they all fit for purpose? What do we need to do to help those social enterprises develop further? Additional PRIs, there are numbers of ones that could be explored, and there's ones that are currently in existence that could need to be changed and upgraded, because I'm all a believer in terms of the a proper methodology so that the producer is really paying. The financial instruments, in Ireland we're introducing DRS for the first time soon. We're introducing a coffee cup levy, a recovery levy, increasing the landfill levy. We are introducing incentivised charging for the commercial sector now, hopefully pay by weight. And the one thing I just want to mention about the financial supports, it was mentioned, the slides from Bernd, earlier. And he presented it quite well. It's very complex. And there's an old saying, my head is melted when I start looking at the complexity of all the various funding programs. And sometimes I ask myself, if we have the policy at an EU level, then we distill it down and we come up with a national plan for whichever it's for Ireland or whoever it's for.
Yeah.
The funding framework should fit us, as opposed to us trying to fit in within a funding framework. Right. So I'll leave you with that one.
Thank you very much. And I'm just interested, just very briefly intrigued. It sounds as though you're policy rich in Ireland. You're good at writing strategies, but somehow that doesn't necessarily convert into delivery of change. Can you just offer a particular insight as to why that is? I mean, is it that people aren't engaged in the development of the policy, or there aren't the resources? I don't know what.
Yeah, it's that's been a challenge, because as I said, we would have enough policy documents that would actually keep certain facilities going for quite a number of years. I think we tried a different approach this year. We used to have a model where statutorily you prepare a draft, and then you put it out there for public consultation. This time, like, we have exhausted the collaborative model. We engage with people over the last year and a half before we ever started putting pen to paper. So that collaborative approach, and we got every single representative organisation in the state, from the elected members right down to the community, to all the waste industry, all the various representative groups, the regulators, all in. So we're hoping that what we produce will be a reflection, so that it, but the challenge then, hopefully it will be the most accurate position possible in terms of what we have to do, but the challenge then is to implement it. And there are barriers, as I've said, there are barriers there to implementation.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Also like to draw in Dr. Stefan Kabaski, from the Fraunhofer Institute for Environmental Safety and Energy Technology. Stefan, we're talking enablers. Tell me just a little bit about your world and maybe just a couple of nuggets of insight on enablers that might people go, great thought.
Thanks, Peter. I'll try, and I also, like one of my speakers before, was put on short notice for this discussion, in fact, yesterday evening. So most of what I'm saying now is more or less what I do privately think. It must not reflect the opinion of my institute. So,
well said.
In my opinion, I think we need some input also in the sense of money. I would like to discuss it with Michael. There was one thing I didn't see on your slides, and it was price. Or it was something like deposit, receiving money back. So what if everyone would get 10 euros back on returning his old cell phone? I guess that would activate quite a lot of people too. So well, that's one of the points, and a price can be influenced by political measures. So we do have the chances. France, for example, I think they put down the taxes for repair, handcrafting, for example. You mentioned that you are, I don't know, have you installed or are you thinking about a levy on coffee cups?
The levy is announced in legislation. It will be coming in next year, but it's going to happen. Yeah.
It's going to happen. That's great. Maybe you're more lucky than the German city of Tübingen. They also did so, but a large company, well, it's in the press, I can name it, McDonald's, sued them, and they were forced to take the levy down because in Germany, local authorities are not allowed to do so. We would have to do it on a regional or even on national level. So it's sometimes politics can do something or politics can hinder something in terms of circular economy. Well, I guess that's
okay.
First.
No, a couple of...
And I'd like to ask, if I may, what about the price signal for consumers?
Before you answer, in a moment I'm going to throw it open, so if any of you have questions or thoughts related to what you've heard or enablers, you'll be able to wave a hand, and I'm hoping a microphone will come in your direction. So, Michael, a response.
Yeah, actually I didn't tell on this experience we did because it wasn't on the price, it wasn't on the deposit. But we did another experiment with a major retailer in Germany, actually, and we put machinery, vendor machines, where you can give back your mobile phone, and actually there you get a deposit back. And actually 20 euros, which you would get for your mobile phone. But interestingly, it didn't work. So, and the reasons I tried to express, mainly the reasons was because it was very anonymous. You had to bring back your mobile phone to a vendor machine, even so it was a trusted retailer, and of course the trusted retailer would not put the vendor machine if it goes somewhere. But for people, that was not the main initiative in this one. Of course, we know it from glass bottle, it works very well, the 50 cents or whatever you get back, or 25 cents, works very well. But for mobile phone, there was a different love relation, I would say, to the mobile phone. And this trust-building exercise within a company that actually your employee told you, well, you know, this is a trusted organization, we make sure that you get the certificate, didn't need a deposit. We were ready on the next level to have one, but we didn't need to take this joker, let's say, because we got actually enough back from the outreach we just had. But yeah, of course, it's always a stimulus which we need to look into. On textiles, that might be different because you have many textiles which you don't have a love relation to and which are not so important in your life. And there you maybe want money. And that's kind of the stimulus you always need to test in different age groups, in different markets in order to engage a consumer.
Right, okay. I have an opportunity, if anyone would like to ask a question or make an observation, wave frantically in the air, and I will look through the lights here and see you. But nothing in life is, I'm an enabler of a conversation if you would like to join it. Okay, well, if at any point you feel stirred into action, then just, I'll keep looking. I maybe want to, I'm kind of intrigued that I'm trying to work out what it is that these things that are really kind of driving and enabling change. And I sort of feel at the moment that we have this infrastructure of funding opportunities and support expert organizations. And I'm sort of trying to work in my mind whether we need more of those or whether we just need more people shouting, saying, wake up, smell the coffee, you're going to be out of business, sort it out yourselves. So I don't know who wants to respond, but I'm just trying to get this sort of balance in my mind between do we need more enabling funds and expert organizations and all the rest of it, or whether we just need to shout more clearly that we're about to hit the iceberg, and well, maybe no longer you can say the iceberg, because in a generation people will say, what is an iceberg? And that's because we got it wrong. So I don't know, who would like to offer me a response? Do we need to have more and more of these organizations and funds and support things, or should we maybe just be shouting a clearer message so that people then take their own actions? I don't know. Peter, do you want to offer me a thought on that?
Yes, we need more incentives. Incentives for the companies, incentives or for the for us, for the consumers. If we look to the other countries of Europe, we see in the Netherlands that tenders, the public sector must be green procurement.
Right.
And I think it's a possibility to think about circular procurement. That's a public sector create a new market or support the building of this market for circular products. Also, such like Michael, it's called, and show it on the examples for the IT and something more. And I think also we can furthermore look at the taxes, the value-added taxes. When we retail, or when we repair or reuse in a second life for a product, we can reduce the tax for this product or for the repairing of this process. That it's cheaper for the consumer and it's an easier way. That's very a possibility.
Okay, there's a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, and it was an interesting point. I think that Michael, at the start, the first presentation, where in terms of the consumer and about it was one of the first things, and I mentioned earlier that I had jotted it down last night in terms of, I had the word easier for the population. So, you know, I often find that when I'm talking to people, I'm a practitioner, but I'm talking to people and I use them as sounding boards. And, you know, some of this conversation gets lost and you're having that conversation, and sometimes, you know, people are telling me, I nearly have to go into a different behavior mode to embrace this. So in other words, I am myself normal, going through my daily life, but you're kind of asking me now to stop and think and check, and sometimes people don't have that time. So then the challenge for us then is us collectively as the practitioners and the operators and the policymakers is to, I think, nobody could dispute that the policy framework at an EU level, okay, it's constantly evolving, so it's reasonably robust, but that we then, the challenge for us then is, based on that policy, to create that system that then, when people in their everyday lives just, it's the norm. They just do it automatically. It's not a question of stopping, deciding, changing, that it's all there in front of them, insofar as is possible. So that, like the stuff about the mobile phone, I've seen an ad recently, I think it's Vodafone, if I'm, but there's an ad, it's a funny ad, it's about people searching under their bed, searching in their drawers, looking everywhere for the mobile phone, because the incentive there, bring it back. It's stuff like that, I just, that's a good start, so in the mobile, because there is a lot of these materials, as I said, it's giving people that information, having those sort of enablers there for them just to make it easy. And in terms of, because the public interaction and comms, we spend millions in Ireland, I think there's millions spent in the EU on these awareness campaigns. And I'm always asked the question, like you spent 2 million or whatever, 3 million on a campaign, well, what's the result? And you can give a great result in terms of the creative was well received, people liked it, you have lots of click-through rates, you have, TV was viewed by X amount of million, all of that is fine. You get all of those results, they look good for the creative, they look good for the media buying agency, but then I look for, who's measuring then that translation into behavior,
Okay. It's I'll bring in Michael. Then I want to then go back to this issue of public procurement, because that feels to be a potential very important enabling area. But Michael, did you just want to add in the world of consumers?
Yeah, what it needs more, I think what is happening at the moment, and where I feel at least that I have an optimistic view, is that people get more serious about it. I think the conversation I'm having in comparison to 20 years ago, it was really, why sustainability? Why do I have to engage in this? And now the conversation is often how. And how do I embed it in still my overall, let's say, economic-based, if I go now to a business company, economic-based business model? How do I integrate it? And how do I do this as transformative as possible, having also other transformative pathways in front of me, which are digitalization and many more things. And I think this cultural change of an organization, embedding a societal goal, embedding a purpose, which is broader than having a purpose for the shareholder or having a purpose for maybe the owner of the company creating higher revenues and higher profit. I think this is getting more and more lively. Why so? Because, and I have a nice example with an organization where the chief financial officer first time ever went to the sustainability guys saying, we need to be faster. And this chief financial officer was there in the company already for 10 years, and he never talked to sustainability guys. And here, the whole taxation from the European Commission is coming in. The taxonomy is coming in. Asking now the finance sector, the investors, also a lot of sustainability questions. So that's another driver, I would say, beyond public procurement. And then also, if I talk to people, my feel, even my own family, there are more fears coming up. Fears because it's very visible what happens out there. We have a garden. Forget about the garden this summer because it's all dried out. The only things which survived were beans. Everything else, even and we watered like hell, but we couldn't water as much as the sun produced heat. And all those kind of fears are coming more and more vivid, I would say, including media, including Corona, including the energy crisis. And I think there is something happening in society. There's something happening among policymakers. And I hope, it's a combination between rational and irrational again. Because certain things, fears can be very irrational, but they can also be very rational if you can bring them into an action and say, okay, I see this as a hope going there if I create a new business model, if I do a different shopping behavior, if I, build a house and I build it in an ecological way. So probably we are tapping on the iceberg slowly.
Right, okay. I just wanted to draw on this procurement area, because basically, if I just park the citizens for a moment, so I do procurement and I make my own individual decisions as a citizen about what I procure from the supermarket or whatever. But I don't know how many billion euros of public funds are deployed in purchasing goods and services, but it's probably got quite a lot of noughts before a decimal point arrives. And I'm just trying to work out what I facilitate a thing called Eco Procura. I've been doing it for about 10 years, which is about green public procurement. And each year I sort of think, okay, another year's gone, another iceberg has melted. I'm just interested, has anyone got an observation on why we can't make a real breakthrough? Every single euro that Bottrop, that Rhine-Westphalia, every public euro should have to go through some form of screening to ensure that it is stimulating the circular economy. Is this just a gooey nonsense from me, or why can't we get the public purse to drive the transformation? Do you want to offer a thought, Stefan?
That's a great idea. I would definitely also support that. Basically, we as a Fraunhofer Institute, we are also chained by public procurement rules, and it's very difficult just buying something which has a 20% higher cost against as a sustainable alternative against the cheap basis product that we always had. So it's really difficult. We are, well, since 2 years also starting to look on our internal sustainability and circularity and trying to move forward, but it's really something like drilling through a really, really hard piece of wood with a really, really small bore.
Okay, because I think one of the things was, one of the challenge was the danger of procurers is they were over-specifying the answer when in fact what we needed was for them to specify a need into which kind of innovation and creative thought and collaboration should happen. So there's maybe a lesson being learned there, that what we need is to release the market to find solutions rather and specify needs rather than answers. I mean, does anyone else want to offer? You're close to a world that buys a hell of a lot of stuff, Hugh.
We buy,
Yeah, why aren't we kicking ass? Get the mayor of Bottrop in here. Why isn't every single euro he spends?
It's an ongoing issue. I think I've been straight up about it. At the moment, a lot of the procurers, the people, because some of these procurers are not, sometimes they're not in the environment area, so they say the environment, so they're not aware, and they're looking at it through a particular lens. Then sometimes we're slotting in criteria, and we've had issues recently where we were trying to slot in criteria which looked at the organization that was tendering, that we could kind of measure them in terms of their credentials, but then we were not allowed because we were just to, focus our criteria on the basis of the actual procurement piece itself. So we wanted to go further. So I think there is a challenge. There's in Ireland again, there's been a lot of work recently in collaboration with climate. We have climate regions, and there's been a lot of collaboration, and there's a lot of training for procurers. We're beginning to start that sort of, I suppose, more sort of critical mass in terms of now we're looking at some small sort of easy to use sort of guidance. So it's making it comes back to the consumer, making it easier. And I think there is a need, that there's a challenge there for somebody to break the mold a bit as well, and just out there. But there is a reticence. People are worried about challenges to procurement, and sometimes the percentage that's allocated against it is just not enough, and it still always comes down to the price.
I mean, I know there are places like, I think, Ghent in Belgium, which has placed procurement right at the heart of the cabinet strategy. So for that city, procurement is the way they are achieving their strategic agenda, as opposed to procurers being stuck in a cupboard somewhere down the corridor. So that it's raising the status of procurement to being the driver of change, an enabler, as opposed to strange people who write 180-page documents. Sir, you could have a possible comment. Keep talking until the microphone comes on, I believe, or we will procure a different set of people to... It's going to come. I choose to believe the microphone will work. Can we make the microphone work, please, at the back?
Number 8. It's number 8.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
If you could just say who you are and where you're from.
Well, Martin Stolz from Dülmen, close around here, working for Sasol company, chemical company. Well, often I see that most the hindrance for change comes from emotional aspects. And when I listen to the discussion here, I believe we are often too rational to drive a change. For doing a change, it must be sexy somehow. People want to join in case they feel they are in a winning team. And maybe could elaborate a little bit on the emotional aspects, how to drive a change.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And on that note, I'm conscious we are an all-male panel here, but, such is the realities of life we are working through. Just to close us off, I mean, we've touched on all sorts of different issues. I'm going to offer a challenge to all of you. That'll teach you to be on one of my panels. I want a message coming out. Oh, and before I do, I think I've got someone I love it when there's participation coming from the floor. So I'm going to 2 more, so you may be relieved. I was going to ask for one message, which is maybe a little bit from the heart rather than a Venn diagram on a PowerPoint slide, about how we make this breakthrough. Okay, I'm still going to do it, but I'm going to need a one-liner from you about how we're going to create an avalanche of change through enablers. But first of all, someone at the back? Brett, just a brief comment, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ricardo. I'm a representative of Blast Fuel. Our company is here in Bottrop, and thanks for the invitation. One observation, the part of funding for us was the most important aspect of this, was very small and fast at the end. I couldn't get all the information which is important to us, because, for example, we are needing funds to expand our activities. Right. We finished the part of starting, but we need funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The emotional aspect that person mentioned is important. In the workshop, we had a lot of conversation about that with her, and it's the key of this to achieve the change we need.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. And pass the microphone forward to the lady of emotion. Maybe not, I don't know.
Well, I think you might be right. My name is Aukje van Willigen. I just started working with Holland Circular Hotspot, and I think I'm sort of connecting to what had just been said. My heart is racing, and I'm going to talk from my heart. I heard you talking, Michael, about fear being a driver, and also legislation and all these sorts of things. I just want to drop this. I believe, if we're talking about belief, that it's important for people to make this change from an intrinsic point of view, so that there is going to be a need for people to make contact with what are my values, what am I worth, and how do I want to live in this world, not just for me. You know, it's those cliche things, right? But I think it's going to make a difference with regards to circularity, sustainability, or whatever, to get more connection to people, because we all initially want the same thing. We all want the same thing. And we can look at it from a rational point of view, and we all need this to be the drivers, right? To make it, like you said, easier for people to be able to make that change. But that change needs to come from inside. So how, I think, maybe for you, Michael, how can we do that on a more social, emotional, but maybe even, now comes a very special word, spiritual level. And you can say about spiritual, you know, that word maybe has a lot of value, but we all have that way of looking, believing, thinking, feeling, having emotions about what's happening on this planet. And maybe we can look more towards that point of view, from that perspective.
Okay, I'm going to let that be our final comment floating in the air there, because it does feel to me as though, from what I've heard, there are all sorts of enablers: taxation, funding, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. But maybe one of the challenges we face is we can't quite see a good, interesting, better, richer future, because all we've got is, we hear about crisis and problems and money and cost of living. And maybe something we're missing is that narrative that says, yeah, life is complex and tough at the moment, but there actually is a journey forwards we could take together that chimes with being kind of at ease with oneself and at ease with the future. So could I thank you very much for maybe offering a dimension to this that is from all our hearts, and that perhaps that's something about that narrative for the future, and then people will find their own ways of making choices within that. So I'm going to hold it on there. Could I thank our panel? You're obviously engaged at different levels of trying to support and deliver change. Good luck. Keep going. Dare to let your heart and spirit breathe, as well as your spreadsheets and undoubted expertise. We will come back to enablers, I have no doubt, as we move along. But for now, could I thank, on your behalf, our speakers and our panel for hopefully inspiring and giving you a few thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers and panel, thank you very much. And lest you rush off too fast, we've now got 28 minutes worth of break, chance to rush into the exhibition hall or rush to the loo or have some refreshments at the back. And then we're going to draw some of the messages from today out in a final plenary session, also hear from our hosts for next year. And there's going to be quite an exciting announcement. I say no more, but please make sure you're here for the final session starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So thank you all very much indeed, and we'll see you back in just under half an hour's time. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final formal session of the day. Could I invite you to come forward and take your seats, please? We're expecting the Secretary for Environment for North Rhine-Westphalia shortly. So if you could come and take your seats, then we'll be able to get underway. Thank you very much. So if I could encourage, invite, cajole, implore you to come and take your seats, you will not be disappointed. So if I could invite everyone to come and take a seat, that would be fantastic. And just to say that although the formal conference session ends in about 3/4 of an hour, we do have activities taking place tomorrow, and one of them is a matchmaking program. And I've got Mahini, come on stage and speak to me. So, for those of us who have the stamina and energy for a 4th day, you have an offering for us.
Yes. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the time to be on the stage, because I like to announce the program is not ended. Tomorrow we have a side program about chemical recycling, and there's also the opportunity to talk with other companies. So we are organizing a matchmaking event. We are from Enterprise Europe Network. We are organizing it from the Netherlands with my Dutch colleague Sabrina Wardrich from Germany. So if you still are with us tomorrow, please join us for the matchmaking. You can join us at the platform of B2Match, and then you can still subscribe and book meetings, or just be there tomorrow, and then we can help you for booking meetings, to talk with partners. It will start at 10:30 till 12:30. After the lunch and the chemical program will start. But Enterprise Europe Network is worldwide, so we are in 64 countries, 30 countries in Europe and 30 countries outside of Europe. So it's always free for companies if we combine it with events like this. So it's an opportunity to find collaboration with other partners outside of your own country. So here you can find Dutch companies and a few Spanish companies who are here, but we are working always together with events and organizing this.
Brilliant.
So we are organizing this matchmaking event, and if you cannot join here, you can contact us, and we also have a profile database. So in that way, you are always 24 hours searchable.
Mahini, thank you very much indeed, and we hope that that's going to be a successful collaboration coming up tomorrow. So, in this session, we're just going to take a collective deep breath and just have a couple of reflections on the 3 days, the days, from 3 venerable members of the CE hotspot community, and then we're going to look forward. So could I invite onto the platform 3 key players in the whole organism that is the Circular Economy Hotspot. Friek van Eyck, Mireia Kines, Hannah Hagedorn, and Dorothy Lauter. Come and join me. I go in the middle. Brilliant. It's great. Every time you step on the magic carpet, that music plays. It's just fantastic. I'm going to have one of them at home. So this might be reused if this carpet is available. So this is just an opportunity. Whew, we've been in tents, we've been in exhibition halls, we've been having a wild time on field trips and all the rest of it. I just wanted to get a pulse from each of you. Really 2 thoughts. One is just a reflection on Bottrop 2022, maybe something particularly you draw from it, or you just want to say, Dorothy, you are a star. But also maybe something that tips us into looking forwards about Circular Economy Hotspot. You might be thinking, never again, after 2024, let's scrap it. Or you might have some creative thought. So I'm going to come, first of all, to Friek van Eyck, CEO of Holland Circular Hotspot. And I think that you were the first hotspot in 2016. Is that right? So
Guilty.
The floor is yours for a couple of moments. Look back at the last few days and look forward however you would like.
So we choose for Bottrop and the North Rhine-Westphalia for their industrial heart and the potential to link with industry and scale up. And I have to say they lived up to all expectations. Well done, Bottrop. We're really proud of you. It was really great. There is a magic momentum after COVID with the Ukrainian war. There is awareness, and there is a region which has to be, let's say, repurposed. So they have actually, like, you remember the 7 points from the Circular Initiative Deutschland, from Susanne? So use the momentum, develop a narrative around this rediscovery, learn from others. That's what we're doing yesterday, today, fantastic. Find partners. Now we were talking about matchmaking. You see basically all the partners here, national government, local government, knowledge institutes, NGOs, everybody is here. So, and there is this wonderful, wonderful buzz. Walk the talk. We have seen examples from Bottrop that are actually living the dream already in quarters of the city. And I would say celebrate your successes. And well, what I particularly liked was also the cultural event, which I've never seen before, the mining choir. So really well done. So I'm really good feeling that we can bring this dynamism further. Then again, what has been said before, we have to accelerate, we have to scale up. This is not the end of an event, this is maybe the beginning of the journey. The work starts now. So I hope that the momentum you created all together, that we can bring this forward. Within North Rhine-Westphalia, but also over the border with the neighboring countries. And if Germany can scale up, then Europe can scale up and the whole world can scale up. So there's a huge responsibility on your shoulders, but you can do it.
No pressure, Rhine-Westphalia, but we are looking to you as the epicenter of that lurch forward, that dynamic push forward. Mireia, we were matchmaking and we were due to have that matchmaking consummated in Barcelona last year till I picked up that horrible old COVID thing. So I wasn't there, but I gather you had a great time in Barcelona. Wonderful to have you here. Another year has marched on. If I look out, this looks a little bit like Barcelona, but not quite. So I just wonder, though Gaudi, I think, would be proud of this use of this amazing space. Okay, wonderful that you were able to join us here in Bottrop, and just a couple of reflections from yourself.
Well, first of all, I'm really happy, proud to be here, to be able to have the experience of the hotspot. And the main learning that I will bring home is the extraordinary transition from the region, from a really strong dependency from the coal towards a real modern, sustainable and green system. This is really something that I'm very impressed. I had the opportunity to join the first guided tours to Solvang, and really the huge legacy of the mine for the regions and for the economical model has been even to become a World Heritage site. So I was very much surprised. So for me, it's the most touching thing that I will bring. And of course, as always, what I really bring with me is the networking, to get the opportunity to get to know the people and to experience best practices, real practices on the ground, which I think it differentiates the hotspot from other events, other summits that are, maybe they invite really great speakers, but I think it's so important to visit the places, to get to know on the ground, which makes you much richer afterwards. I will keep it here.
Thank you. No, that's really well said, and particularly as the hotspot goes from being a single hotspot into a pronged fork, the opportunity for that regional variation and to understand that redevelops. Hannah Hagedorn, you were the inspiration and the organizer between the Circular SMEs Across Europe tour. Fantastic. Eat your heart out, Coldplay and Ed Sheeran. And I think you've done that very much, that route from Barcelona to Bottrop. So here you are. You can relax, and a couple of reflections you have. We finally clonked into Bottrop.
Yeah, we started in April 2018 with our tour, and the goal was really to bring inspiration to SMEs, to companies, that circularity is possible. We started with the image of the Olympic fire being brought from one country to the other, worked with different partners Europe-wide, and today we're even starting from Monday. It was really great for me to meet all of you in person. With Mireia, we started last year with the plastics examples. So we also have managed to get the sample, the collection of 40 SMEs, circular SMEs from all across Europe. Just good examples from startups to medium-sized companies in different sectors, all sectors that are being affected by the Circular Economy Action Plan. So we hope this has inspired others as well and has formed a community. And we hope to continue traveling to Dublin next year as well.
Dublin Fair City, why not? That would be fantastic. Okay, Dorothy, you must be exhausted, I should think, but hopefully feeling happy that your foolish dream of bringing things to Bottrop, unless it was dumped on your desk, allowed to organize this for us. But it's manifest, it's happened, all the connections are happening, and we have smiles and purpose, a couple of, and you even brought some damp weather to just still the dust on the fields. So a couple of reflections from yourself.
No.
Keep talking, or we might have another, there we are.
Oh, okay, now. I'm really, really happy. I'm so happy that so many people came, that, this whole community came together and came to Bottrop, came to North Rhine-Westphalia, to the Ruhr area, to see what we are doing. But I have to say, a little bit like Hannah said, the journey began long before that. Basically, I think it started in 2019. when we as a city joined with the University of Applied Science in the Postdoc-Kolleg, and we had this little bit foolish idea to apply for the hotspot in 2021, because we just started actually. And yeah, it was a little bit like, so who do we put on the application form as organizer? And then it was like, yeah, someone said, yeah, let's put the city, is it okay? And I called our mayor and I said, you know, we do this, we apply for this hotspot, can we put our name down for it? He was like, yeah, it sounds great. I mean, you met him. So I said, yeah, okay, let's put it down. And I think actually Svenja was already on the way basically to Belgium. And it was, yeah, we were so surprised and so happy that we were chosen. And from then on, I think I learned so much. I learned all the network. I met so many people, most of them virtually, in several or many calls, Zoom calls. And I'm so grateful that so many came here. And I learned also myself so much about the region and the companies that we have and how fantastic work everyone is doing. So it was a journey of learning for me for, I think, the past 2 years. And we try to show you the most that we could of what we are doing, and actually that industry is turning around, and especially Freaks said it. I think one thing that we wanted to work on was to show examples of industrial scale, and I hope we were able to show that and show how closely we all work together here. And I think still that's something you know, we like to do in this region, to work together.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm really happy.
We're going to hear from a couple of the countries that are hosting next year. Just interested if you had a piece of dull practical advice from them as you sit here in a slightly exhausted state, what would that piece of advice be?
For next year?
Yes.
I think my piece of advice is start early to build the network. Try to give everyone, and I think that's what we tried with the workshops, give your partners space to create their own thing in the event. Don't give, you know, too much rigid rules. Everyone should have some space, and then bring them together, and maybe leave a lot of room for networking. This is actually what I felt today again. I was like, okay, people really want to talk to each other. And so many people told me, oh, I met so many great people and I made so many great contacts. And, you know, and I think this is what this is also all about. It's about meeting people, getting to know them, getting to know what they are doing, how they are doing it, and then keep in touch with them and learn from them. And so I think leave time for networking and build a good network at your place and involve them.
Interesting. Or as a process designer, I would say rather than leave time for network, I would say embrace networking as a fundamental principle of your design. Anyway, my card is available if anyone wants to do some process design for 23, 24 or 25. I'm just going to come along to you again. I'm going to, you didn't know this, but I'm going to ask you a challenging question, okay? Because I just want to take on this before we hear from our next year's. There's a wonderful feeling of fellowship and a community of interest. And that's great. One of the great dangers of a community of interest is it becomes a sort of internalizing bubble that we kind of, oh, when shall we meet again? Oh, we meet again. And it's sort of, you know, there is not a company, a policymaker in the world who should not be thinking about circular economy. And I'm just intrigued whether our model moving forward of the circular economy hotspot is about just evolving that community of interest, or whether we have take the risk of greater ambition of actually saying we have got to cut through and really get an awful lot more people connecting into this. Otherwise, we risk being noble and worthy and fun and interesting, but not making that at scale, at pace breakthrough. There we are. There's a proposition from me. I wonder, Freak, just where do you stand? Because over the last 5 years, every conference on circular economy I've been involved in says at pace, at scale, and I'm just wondering how many more I'm going to go to, and whether there is something within the engine of this that might take us onto another scale, or maybe this one is cooking as well as it could be. What are your thoughts?
Well, let me give some reflections from the Netherlands perspective. We've been working on circular economy for a long time, but if there's one thing we realize, that it doesn't make sense to make a circular island of the Netherlands if the rest of the world goes down the drain. We're very much connected. We're traders, we don't have resources, so you need to line up and you need to inspire the rest of the world to become circular. So this hotspot event went traveling after the Netherlands. There was so far energy everywhere to work on circular economy, so the event went traveling. But it's not enough. We don't want an event, we want in a way to have a movement.
Right.
And one of the things we work on is also to create local coalitions of the willing who in their ecosystem, often locally in a region like North Rhine-Westphalia or around a city like Lagos, who are linked to each other, following the value chains, who work, live, recreate in different kinds of value chains. And that's, I think, the partnership you have to stimulate.
Right.
So an event is good to raise awareness and to lay the foundation, but it should follow up. And then you can create a Hubspot. There, even a word there is network governance.
Right.
So link top-down action and bottom-up action, link it together, stimulate it, and initiate projects, create awareness, discuss about new regulations together, involve students, link them. I could talk forever, you know that.
Yeah.
But it's...
Some things haven't changed in those 10 years since I first met you, I think, so that's good. But you've still got that passion, and that's the most important thing. Did you want to just add a thought, Maria?
Yes, following the thought of Freak, I think that what's the most important thing is to be sure that the hotspot is not a 3 days event, but to consolidate a community of change. So to take care that all the stakeholders, all the ecosystems that has been participating, from businesses, from entities, from citizenships, keep working together. And for example, in Catalonia, we created a hub after the hotspot, Circular Catalonia, where we collected all the best practices, and it's a way to keep alive the flame. At least you start in your local or in your region. And then I would like to strengthen the relationship among the hotspots,
right.
Because for the moment we are already a few, but we will be much more in a couple of years. So if we create a permanent space of collaboration,
a hotspot of hotspots.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be really, really powerful.
Lovely. From this side, anyone else? Do you want to, Hannah? Do you want to just add just a final compelling thought? Excite me as we move forward into this. This is global transition that we need here.
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. For me, it was also great to meet up everybody in North Rhine-Westphalia. So there's also a lot to do, and it was also a hotspot for the region. To meet in person after COVID, the roundtable, North Rhine-Westphalia has only held its meetings online so far. So this was great.
Brilliant.
I just want to add something. Something that Maria said, it has to go on after the hotspot, also locally. So this is why I'm really happy that because of the work that the Prosper colleague did, but also initiated with the hotspot, we brought together now this initiative, Transform to Zero, that will present. So I think it's a first step, and I'm so happy that it's happening today. Out of this hotspot, there is a spirit of change, and it's. I'm also very much happy that it's quite business-driven, because this is what we wanted to do. We wanted to present business solutions, and it's fantastic. And they will present themselves, or we will present the initiative. But there is already one big thing, I think, coming out of this event, and that's I'm really happy for. And we think of how to even make it more deeper and do more about it. But so I think the hotspot gave had a real impact here to bring the region together and bring actors together and actually now start something. Right. So yeah, thanks.
Lovely.
It helped.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for 4 pioneers with passion, ideas, and capable of delivery. Please, our wonderful panel. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, out with the old and in with the new. Do I have somebody from Ireland? Sarah Miller, come and join me, and also Abayomi Magbagbiola from Lagos. Come and join me, please. Wow, Ireland, Nigeria, fantastic. So, this is really a space for you. All these people are thinking, I might book my flight to Lagos, or I haven't been to fair city of Dublin for a few years. Sarah, you've seen what's happened here. I'm just interested to know what we might have in store in Dublin if we chose to make the ferry crossing or fly in to the CE hotspot. First of all, when's it happening?
It's the 29th of May to the 1st of June.
29th of May is my birthday.
Very good.
Fantastic. So I won't be there, but that's fine. But yeah, give us the heads up on why we should come or connect with CE Hotspot Ireland in 2023.
Okay. Well, there's many, many reasons, obviously, why you should visit Dublin, and I guess we've been really inspired by the hotspot in Bottrop. They've set the bar so high for us. But we're really excited. We've had wonderful conversations here. It's been a great opportunity for us to network, to experience some fantastic innovation in the region as well. So it's been truly inspirational for us, and we're going to take that inspiration and we're going to build it into our event, and we're going to build on the shared experiences of previous hotspots that we've managed to meet with over the last few days, and really build on all of that to create a fantastic event in Dublin. I have a little short video just to introduce our session, if that's okay. We might play a short video.
The circular economy is happening in Dublin. Dublin is a place of culture, creativity and innovation, and circular economic momentum has built across our capital in the last 2 years. Adoption and investment in circular economic activity is addressing the climate crisis, building European connections, and enabling transformational social change. The next 2 years will see policy put into action, government strategies implemented, investment committed, and public awareness grow. Now is the time to build on that momentum. Join us for Circular Economy Hotspot 2023, where we will explore and celebrate circular economic success across the Dublin metropolitan area. Our programme of events will focus on 3 key pillars: policy, citizen engagement, innovation and collaboration. Across these pillars, we will identify opportunities in social enterprise, design and manufacturing, the built environment, food systems and the bioeconomy. With conferences, research, workshops, tours, and of course, time for a pint or two, Dublin Circular Hotspot is said to be a circular session like no other.
So as you can see, we're expecting to have lots of great conversations. We're going to showcase circular economy innovation from across Ireland. It's going to be in Dublin, which is a great city to socialise and meet friends. So we really hope that you'll all join us there. We have a great coordination group at the moment, which consists of a fantastic team at the Rediscovery Centre, and our coordinating partners are also Circulera, Dublin City Council's Climate Action Office, and the Eastern and Midlands Waste Planning Office. So already we are getting involved in meeting with lots of other like-minded organisations from across Ireland and across Europe to bring just a really fantastic circular economy hotspot for Dublin, and we do hope you will join us.
Brilliant, Sarah. That sounds very exciting. And again, the dates again, remind us?
29th May to the 1st of June.
Book early to save disappointment. All right, thank you very much. We've been here in Germany in this historic environment, in a mature economy, looking at some of the challenges of reinvention. 2023, you have the chance to come to Nigeria, which is a sunrise economy with a burgeoning youthful population, keen to grasp the digital opportunity, lots of consumers that we would love to be consuming the right sort of things in the right sort of way. Abayomi, it's just a delight to have you with us. It's exciting to be feeling part of the African journey towards embracing some of these opportunities, particularly as you develop and build your economy. So over to you. What are you thinking about in terms of the hotspot in Lagos in 2023?
Thank you very much, really. It's a pleasure. Greetings from Lagos. Thank you to Bottrop. I mean, it's for us a pleasure to be here. And just as we've said, for Lagos, the theme is that for the Circular Hotspot 2023, the people make the city, they make the society, so it will be hinged on the people. And to also make this commitment, I've got a formal message from the co-chair of the technical working group from the city of Lagos, the Lagos state government, who would have loved to be here, but she's made a formal message which I would read out very briefly. It gives me great pleasure to send a warm message from Lagos to the CE Hotspot 2022 host city of Bottrop. As the world comes together here to discuss our mutual coexistence, we cannot but do this in a sustainable and respectful way. For this, Lagos seeks to not only show where we are currently in building an economy that delivers on the infinite opportunities to all citizens, but to also tell the kind of future that we aspire to pass on to our generations yet unborn. A future of zero waste, climate resilience, adaptation and net zero carbon emission. A future where private organizations alongside public sector collaboratively drive needed research and innovation to business models, products, and whole industries in order to eliminate waste and achieve true circularity. A future of responsible, informed, and engaged citizens who are passionate about ensuring a waste-free, resource-efficient society. To put it in the words of the governor of Lagos, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in the Lagos High Ambition Quote for COP 2026, Lagos State considers net zero an imperative and we must go faster. So as we learn from all other current and past circular economy hotspot host cities, we aim to put our citizens first in delivering our vision for a circular greater Lagos. Indeed, ahead of our CE hotspot next year, we will further ignite this conversation nationally and internationally at our economic summit tagged Ehingbeti 2022, holding on the 11th to 12th of October this year, as we co-create and foster a functional economy with needed policy commitments and investments to ensure the achievement of the much desired SDGs. Dear, we will unveil the 30-year Lagos State Development Plan, which has sustainability and circularity amongst its objectives. We hope to welcome you to Lagos in April 2023 to the Circular Economy Hotspot event, as it will also avail us the opportunity to treat you to our warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage. On behalf of the good people of Lagos, and our #1 visionary leader, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, we look forward to an inspiring and successful hosting, and we thank the CE Hotspot jury for giving Lagos and indeed Africa the opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to resilient and a safe circular world. While assuring you of our warm regards, we wish you a successful and impactful event. Signed, Sholakbe Armand, Special Advisor, Office of the SDG and Investment, Lagos State, and co-chair of the Technical Working Group Circular Lagos, and co-chair of this Lagos Circular Economy Hotspots 2023.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. And what an opportunity to create powerful connections with the African continent and with Nigeria. So you might think, woohoo, Nigeria's a long way away, but maybe this is part of the breakthrough. Do we have dates in 2023 for the hotspot?
We believe by the end of the month, September, we would have a date, but definitely it will be towards the end of April. I was hoping that I would get a message.
We know what the opportunities are, the dates, and all the rest of it. So I think we here wish you all the very best. It is 90% grind to get it through to fruition. Probably Dorothy would say it's 99% grind, but boy, if we've made one thing happen, it's worthwhile. So, hotspot, there's been some furious work going on behind the scenes. And today, I'm delighted to announce that there is a new collaboration that is developing. The initiative Transform to Zero meets Prosper Colleague, and I'm delighted that I think Lars Baumgürtel and Dr. Uwe Hanman are here to tell us about Transform to Zero. Gentlemen, how exciting. Tell us more.
Yes, thank you. Hello to everyone. Before discussing this new collaboration, let me give some ideas about we have started 2 years ago. We started with the Prosper Colleague and had the idea to support companies, organizations, SMEs to transform their supply chain to circular economy. We started with a high enthusiasm. We talked to many people, to many organizations, many companies, and at the end, it was successful. And successful means that we have to collaborate, and that's something we heard in these days here at the Circular Economy Hotspot in Bottrop very often. Collaborate, network, that is something that is necessary to establish a strong connection for the circular economy. And that's now the resulting point. Lars, please let us know.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad, very happy that from the part of the companies that are interested in circular transition in our region, the network that we have created with the companies you see in the background, we have now institutionalized our cooperation with the Prosper Colleague, so science and business come together in order to join forces for making the circular economy in our region, but also beyond, in North Rhine-Westphalia and in Germany, and if we can achieve that also in Europe, to make that happen. So this is the moment where all our partners, please come on stage in order to show you that we are a team that is committed to circular economy.
So, fantastic news. That looks like one heck of a collaboration. And we really hope that that is as one of the fruits from the Circular Economy Hotspot and that thinking that it is only together that we can make the difference. So if we hope that one thing has been given birth today is that partnership, then that is good news. But I encourage all of you, you will have made connections over the last 3 days, an extraordinary opportunity to link with others. If you can take one connection, make one call, one email, one whatever, the potential for collaboration is enormous. But don't wait for someone to approach you. Take the initiative. We said talk to strangers. You no longer need to talk to strangers. You can talk to friends because you've met with them. But please don't be shy about coming forward. So we're really right at the end of our Circular Economy Hotspot. I don't know about you, but I'm fairly exhausted, but also feeling that sense that there is an energy that is going to take us away from here, hopefully to new heights. Certainly we do not underestimate the challenge we face, and with each passing year, we realize that challenge is greater, but we learn more about how we can be part of that transformation process. So to offer us some closing remarks at the end of our Circular Economy Hotspot here in Bottrop, I'm delighted that we are joined by the Secretary for Environment, Nature Protection and Transport in the government of the Minister-President of North Rhine-Westphalia. I think we're having some photographs, but he's with us now. Please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Oliver Krascher. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this warm welcome. Dear Lord Mayor Tischler, we already met. Dear organizers of the Circular Hotspot from the last year and the next year, dear regional and international guests. I'm very pleased to be able to say a few words to you to the end at the Circular Economic Hotspot in Bottrop. You have had a successful event at the last 3 days, discussing and deepening many important starting points for the transition of circular economy. This event came at the right time. Circular economy is a mega topic of our time, and I believe that this event has once again made this impressively clear, and that you are all here in such a big number. That's a very impressive picture, I can say you. We are coming out of a summer with devastating heat waves in large parts of Europe. The forests have burned. In Germany, too, we have once again experienced the power of happening climate change. With devastating droughts and historical low level in European river, the Rhine itself is not majestic as in the past. It's a very sad picture to see. We have taken a heavy toll on society in this economic. Power plant cooling system and corporate supply chains have been negatively affected. And that happened only a year after the cross-border flood disaster of 2021, in which 220 people, the unbelievable number of 220 people died in the middle of Europe. We must counter these signs of climate crisis with our will to transform, especially since half of global carbon dioxide emissions are linked to raw material extractions and processing. Circular economy is also a crucial contribution for climate protection. In order to reach the international agreed 1.5 Celsius target of the Paris Agreement, much effort is needed and much more change. We need to change our economy. In addition, there are other crises which make the situation even worse. I'm certainly, of course, talking about Russia's aggressive attack on Ukraine and the corona pandemic. The accompanying energy crisis and the shortage of raw materials also show us that a circular economy is not only important for climate protection, but also contributes to raw material security. If regional material cycles are close, this is also an increase for the resilience of supply chains. And last but not least, the transformation to a circular economy also offers opportunity for new products, services, and business models in a sustainable economy. This circular economy hotspot in Bottrop therefore came at the right time to discuss and deepen concrete approaches. And it came also at the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, the new state government of North Rhine-Westphalia is fully committed to climate mitigation and the preservation of natural resources. We have set to make North Rhine-Westphalia to make the first climate-neutral industrial region in Europe. The transformation to a circular economy is a central component of this. As the strongest industrial region in Europe, and you see here a big sign of this past industrial region, North Rhine-Westphalia is well positioned to meet these challenges. North Rhine-Westphalia is Germany's largest provider of products and services in an eventual economy. At the same time, our federal state is one of the most innovative locations in Germany. Around 20% of patents registered in Germany related to environmental, resource and climate protection, and most startups in these fields come from North Rhine-Westphalia. We benefit from a pronounced density as much as possible to use resources more wisely through innovative design, to create the lifespan of products and to close material cycles through the reuse of products, parts and materials. Wastes are resources not well used. In North Rhine-Westphalia, we have all the prerequisites to become a showcase for circular economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning you discussed whether we are on track, whether we can also implement the claims of a circular economy, whether we can implement them quickly enough. The panels and workshops today have shown that we are on the right track, but let me tell you, and I think you all will agree, we are still a long way from reaching our goals and we need to increase the speed. Therefore, the new state government of North Rhine-Westphalia will significantly expand the instrument for strengthening the circular economy. With comprehensive state circular economy strategy, a zero waste impulse program 2050 and the State Circular Economic Act, we will set the framework that brings together approaches and lays out the common goal. We will specifically support exchange and networking formats that bring actors together to discuss concrete options for action and starting points. These include, for example, the Roundtable on Circular Economy, the Circular Valley, the Network of Competence to Green Economy. But of course, we also need events like this one today. Because one thing is clear, in order to shape the transition to a circular economy, we need all actors, from business, from science, politics, and society. For the concrete implementation, we provide advice and targeting funding and financing offers. With the European Regional Development Fund program launched only a week ago, we are focusing on the circular economy with 6 measures and the EU funding around 100 million euros. We are providing targeted incentives for restructuring the economy. We are promoting research, operational innovations, and practical examples for implementation, for example, with planning call for projects for circular cities. In addition to targeting expansion of funding framework, I would also like to mention a special feature that we have here in North Rhine-Westphalia. The efficiency agency that has been advising companies on resource efficiency and circular design and business models for around 25 years, directly in the companies based on their specific products and production process. It has an incredible track record, and we will continue to expand its services. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to shape tomorrow's society together. The transition to the circular economy is a key solution. The path is a goal of full challenges. But we have experienced and discussed over the last three days that is also fun to take on these challenges, and that a circular economy also offers many new opportunities. And it is why it is no coincidence that in 2023 there will be not only one circular economy hotspot, like it's Bottrop at the moment now, but 3 on 3 different continents. I am pleased that this international event is growing and the topic is becoming more and more widespread. Therefore, at the end of my speech, I now hand over the event for the coming year to the following cities: Dublin in Ireland, Lagos in Nigeria, and Santiago de Chile. I wish Dublin, Lagos, and Santiago de Chile every success in hosting this event, and for all us, for our world, for our economic, many progress in circular economy. I thank you for your attention and thank you very much for your presence here in Bottrop, for your discussing, for your pushing circular economy. Thank you very much.
Secretary, thank you very much for that speech and those remarks, and what they demonstrate is that there is a real political commitment behind that drive, which is so important. We are right at the end. We are all in different ways exhausted. If I could just add my own thanks to everyone who's made this possible, to the technical team at the back, to the caterers, to the people who've organized the workshops, to the speakers and panelists, to yourselves for being part of this. But maybe we all would like to say a particular and special thank you to 3 people who've been night and day at the very heart of pulling this together. So please put your hands together to the wonderful team of Dorothy, Nick, and Julia. Come on stage.
I just want to say thank you to both of them, because I think Julia and Nick, they did most of the work. I thank you so much for really being here night and day, for all the time you put in the past month. And without you, nothing would be here. So thank you so much from my side. And I want to thank Peter for all the great advice you gave us beforehand, and for doing a fantastic job in the past 3 days. Thank you so much, Peter. And thank you, Catalonia, to refer us to Peter. I think that was a great advice, and I'm so happy that you all were here. And have a safe trip home. Come back in April to Lagos. Come back in May already to where's Ireland, and. We don't know yet Santiago, but I'm sure they will set a date really soon as well, and we are looking forward to seeing everyone there again. Okay, have a good trip, bye.
Great job.